in providing the essential to meet up, to cover the gap that has been provided from other nutrients. And also, it has been found not to distort the gut microbiome and in the long run, help in achieving the 3 pillars of development in children. And just to mention that from Friesland Campina, as a nutrition company, we have all range, starting from infants, that is, I must say here that as a company, we are advocates of exclusive breastfeeding. We support it and promote it. But however, whenever there's a clinical indication where a mother cannot breastfeed or where there's no access to breast milk, we also have a breast milk substitute in those kind of conditions. In the that's peak baby, which is meant for infant from birth up to 1 year, can actually take that. But for those that do exclusive breastfeeding from the period of complementary feeding state, we have peak cereal, which is a cereal meant for infant from 6 months up to 3 years can take peak infant cereal. But children that are already between 1 to 3 years, we have peak 1 to 3. What we are saying is that when the child needs to take milk, for instance, when he needs to take tea, when he needs to take pap and he has a need for milk, peak 1 to 3 is the ideal milk for these children because it contains all the nutrients that they need to help them develop optimally. And for children that are already above 3 years, that is 4 to 6 years, we have peak 4, 5, 6, which has been endorsed by the Nigeria Society, Nutrition Society of Nigeria, as the best and ideal milk for children within this age category. But for every child that is already above 6 years, he should take the normal regular adult milk. And that is why we say to help children grow strong and smart, we should help them with the DHA advantage, which is contained and found in all Friesland Campina product. With that, I want to say thank you so much. And these are references from this research. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Friesland. We would like to take the next one so that we can gather most of the questions together since they are still available. So we'll actually have fits in if they are ready.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Pharmacist Eric, and I represent Fitsin Healthcare PLC. All protocols duly observed. For our time's sake, I'll quickly rush into my presentation. I'll be talking on liver diseases, killing me softly, and we'll be looking at the role of NutroSec, a brand from Fitsin Healthcare PLC that protects the liver and restores its function. So this is briefly, I'll just tell you about Fitsin. It's an indigenous company. That means it's owned by Nigerians, managed by Nigerians. So when you patronize us, you're actually growing our economy. You are creating jobs here in Nigeria. So these are corporate headquarters in Lagos. You can feel free to visit 2680 Ikorodu Road, Obanikoro, Lagos. We're an industrial leader, having been around for 25 years, over 25 years. We do marketing, manufacturing, and a whole lot. We have been tested and trusted. And some of our brands that you would have been familiar with include Astimine, Astifa, the branded email is also a product from Fitsin Healthcare PLC, and the Ciprotab by 10, by 14 are some of our brands. And we are also the makers of Nutrosec, which I'll be talking to you about today. This is an overview. So the liver works 24 hours a day to keep body functions in optimal capacity. And this is just an overview of the functions of the liver, which I will not bore us with. I'm sure we are quite familiar with that. And liver toxicities are, so due to the strategic function of the liver, location and functions of the liver, it is prone to diseases and damages. And the toxicities are mainly due to alcohol. Very important. So 50% of all cases of toxicity are linked to alcohol. There's also drugs. Like we say, drugs are foreign bodies, xenobiotics. So they are able to cause liver toxicity. There are also chemicals. We have a lot of chemicals being peddled around Nigeria. So they can also cause that. Autoimmune disorders and infections, which we are familiar with the viruses. So there's also the viral hepatitis and the liver cirrhosis. And we being clinicians, I will not bore us with that. So I will just look at the epidemiology, that it is the 5th major cause of death in the UK and the 2nd leading cause of death among all digestive diseases in the US. So that shows you how prevalent liver diseases are, and that the global prevalence of non-alcoholic steatohepatitis is within 6 to 35%. So, and is mainly driven by obesity. And in Nigeria, let's look at, in Nigeria, the chronic liver disease accounts for 6.7% of gastroenterological OPD consultations and 7.9% of medical admissions. So that shows that it is quite prevalent here in Nigeria. So what are some of the risk factors? Alcohol, very important. Alcohol has a strong link to liver diseases. And studies have shown that alcohol itself is a major cause because of production of reactive oxygen species and acetaldehyde. It also, and the type and the amount and the pattern of alcohol being taken determines how quickly you progress to liver diseases. So we saw that risk of cirrhosis is lower with red wine, and the risk of cirrhosis is higher if alcohol is taken on an empty stomach. So very important. So again, in Nigeria, we have a lot of alcoholic bitters being peddled. We have a lot of alcoholic bitters, different types, at Taraba, different things. You had here different names. So, and all this, the consumption is driven more by the alcoholic content than the herbal benefits. So drugs, which we are quite aware that a whole number of drugs can cause liver disease, can cause liver injury. And chief among them is our acetaminophen, paracetamol. Can also cause liver, so it's associated with more than 1,000 drugs. So this is the pathophysiology, which I will not bore us with, just the stages in progression of liver diseases. So what is the treatment approach where we come in? This involves addressing the underlying pathogenesis. That means reduce reactive oxygen species level, that's oxidation stress, enhance glutathione production, restore liver cell membrane integrity, and replenish micronutrient deficiency. So, like we said, nutrition is critical in the management of liver diseases and maintenance of liver function. Because when you give the liver what it requires, it can regenerate itself. So, in nutrient deficiency, the liver becomes fatty, hepatocytes die, fibrosis develop, and the foci of carcinoma appear. So, hepatoprotection, methionine is very important in hepatoprotection. So the S-adenine methionine is a metabolite of methionine and plays key cellular roles. It restores glutathione deposits and prevents liver injury. It regulates liver cell growth and differentiation. It maintains the integrity of liver cell membrane, thus protecting the liver. So it's also a precursor to glutathione, so very important. The next is choline. Choline is necessary for formation of phosphatidylcholine, and phosphatidylcholine is important for solubilizing bile salts. So poor choline and phosphatidylcholine availability promotes the statosis that characterizes non-alcoholic fatty liver diseases. So vitamins and liver diseases. So alcoholic liver diseases is associated with folate deficiency, so which may arise from either malabsorption, poor folate intake, a whole lot of them. And chronic deficiencies of vitamin B12 increases the risk of liver diseases. And low level of folate and B12 are associated with fibrosis. So on that note, I present to you Nutrosec, a brand from Fitting Healthcare PLC. It comes in a 200 ml bottles. It contains methionine, majorly methionine, choline, and vitamins, which I'll be showing you. Nutrosec protects the liver and restores its function. So what does it contain? 15 ml of Nutrosec contains DL-methionine, choline dihydrocitrate, riboflavin, thiamine, pyridoxine, nicotinamide, D-panthenol, biotin, folic acid, vitamin B12, and tocopherol acetate. So this is what each 15 ml contains. So this was a study that was done to show the hepatoprotective effect of Nutrosec in drug-induced liver diseases. And so a group was placed on anti-TB and zidovudine on Nutrosec. Another group was placed solely on anti-TB and zidovudine. And at the end of the study, the conclusion was that Nutrosec reduced the hepatotoxic effect of zidovudine plus combined anti-TB drugs, which may be due to free radical generation. So there are also several studies that was done even on diets to show the effect of Nutrosec. Now, safety. No reported adverse effects when used in the recommended doses. So what we find is nausea, loss of appetite, increased body temperature, sweating, which may be seen in overdose. Indications. So what do we use Nutrosec, or which class of patients do we prescribe Nutrosec to? Patients with drug-induced hepatitis can take Nutrosec as an adjunct in therapy with hepatotoxic drugs. So when you are placing a patient on drugs that could cause injury to the liver, we advise that you prescribe Nutrosec for such patients to protect the liver. And for those with fatty liver, yes, Nutrosec is also very important for acute and chronic hepatitis. Nutrosec is also indicated for that, for alcoholic hepatitis. And if we have patients who insist that they must take alcohol, please give them Nutrosec. It will protect their liver and restore the function. So it's an adjunct in alcohol rehabilitation therapy. So what is the dosage? Nutrosec is 15 ml twice daily. For adults and for children, 7.5 ml twice daily or 5 ml 3 times a day. So, like I said, in summary, the functional benefits, it has choline, a precursor for phosphatidylcholine, which solubilizes bile salts. It has methionine that stabilizes cell membrane, generates glutathione, which protects liver cells from oxidative stress. It has folate and B12 that halts the progression of alcoholic liver disease and prevents fibrosis. So in conclusion, the protective action, it aids detoxification, mops off free radicals, and prevents fat accumulation, improves bile flow, it improves cell membrane integrity, and prevents alcohol-induced hepatotoxicity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. We'll take the last presentation. Okay, we'll take the second to the last presentation. Please, I know that maybe we're actually having like a couple of them, but can we just be jotting down some of the questions, maybe the comments, so that we can just take everything at the same time? Thank you very much. LV? Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I'm pharmacist Paul Ape Daniel. I'm the medical representative of LB Pharma Nigeria Limited. And with me here present is my regional manager, and also with another colleague. This morning, we are going to be having a presentation on Daravite Woman. Daravite Woman, the complete wellness formula for women. Before we talk about Daravite Woman, I would like to tell us a little about LB Pharmaceutica. LB Pharmaceutica is a well-known pharmaceutical company. We've been in operation for the past 29 years. We are known for quality medicines that are readily available all through the country. And Our brand of anti-malaria is a well-known Amatem soft gel. And we also are the producers of Ibafini, that's the hydroartemisinin PPI cream. We are also known for Diavite Flux, a multivitamin and supplement that is sterile for everyone. Visitor Plus, Visidame, Amala, that's our sulfadozine, perimetamine, and all other products that we can see there. This morning, we'll be talking about Diavite Woman, the complete wellness formula for women. Diavite Woman. A woman of essence is that woman of virtue that finds it easy to deliver on her expected responsibilities. She commands an aura of emulation and respect from people all around her. She needs to be of full health. She needs to be physically fit and mentally balanced for her to continuously meet up with these civic responsibilities. What's the expectation of every woman? A woman wants to be at her best at work. She wants to deliver her home duties. She wants to keep up with social functions. She wants to keep her beauty intact. And she wants to manage, ability to manage hormonal imbalance. She wants to give birth at ease, and she wants to give financial and moral support to our family. That's all what Diavite Woman contains. That's what it offers. Now, the concept of female fertility disorder. Infertility is inability of a woman to conceive naturally after 1 year of regular unprotected intercourse. Most times, infertility is a degree of subfertility resolved by specialist intervention. 1 out of 7 couples present with fertility disorder. The major causes of infertility in female, we have defective ovulation, defective transportation, defective implantation, female pubertal factors, idiopathic sterility. Some complicating factors, we have genetic disposition, stress and stress-related hormones, malnutrition and micronutrient malnutrition, diabetes, smoking, alcohol abuse, chronic infection, mostly viral. And the concept of nutrition. Nutrition is the science of how food and nutrients we take contribute to our complete well-being. Good nutrition coupled with lifestyle management and moderate exercise are necessary for maintaining sound health and physical fitness. Now, we have the sources of nutrition. Majorly, we have food fortification, soil fertilization, dietary supplementation. Diavite Woman will be taking care of that dietary supplementation. And dietary supplementation has to do with daily intake of quantifiable amount of nutrients in the forms of vitamins, minerals, antioxidants, nutriceuticals, phytonutrients in dosage forms like capsules, tablets, syrup for health purposes. Diavite Woman is a gender-specific formulation. It's a gender-specific supplement tailored to physiological needs of women of childbearing age. It's a 30 days wellness pack. Diavite Woman promotes hormonal imbalance. Diavite Woman has the ability to regulate fertility disorder. Diavite Woman provides energy and vitality. Diavite Woman helps to boost immunity. Now, Diavite Woman comes in this form. We have it as as that's the pack of it. And it contains 10 essential vitamins, 7 macro elements, 2 key elements, mixture of 4 phytonutrients, antioxidants, combinations. That vitamin has 2 parts, wellness pack A and wellness pack B. Now, the wellness pack A is majorly formulated for fertility, hormonal balance, and vitality formula, while the wellness pack B is formulated for menstrual cycle regulation and hematopoiesis. Now, it comes in this way. The wellness pack A contains 23 capsules, while the wellness pack B contains A and B. You can see the brown and red capsules together, both A and B. Now, the wellness pack A contains chasteberry extract. Chasteberry extract is a good source of glycosides, phenols, and flavonoids. Chasteberry extract is known to have the ability to balance estrogenic and progesterone-like effects. It has the abilities to stimulate luteinizing hormone and inhibit follicle-stimulating hormone. Chasteberry extract by this is able to promote hormonal balance, regulate fertility disorder, release premenstrual syndrome. Evening primrose is contained in wellness pack B, and evening primrose, as we all know, is a rich source of gamma-linoleic acid. It has the ability to regulate menstrual cycle, improve menstrual flow, release premenstrual syndrome, alleviates premenopausal symptoms. Wellness pack B also contains iron, vitamin E, B6, and zinc, which provides iron for blood production, supports healthy flow, protects against anemia, boosts immunity. Wellness pack A also contains vitamin B1, B2, B3, and chromium, which will aid in energy and vitality. It improves cellular uptake of glucose, provides energy and vitality. All these vitamins, nutrients are all contained in Diavite Woman. It also contains the neurovitamins like B1, B6, B12, and vitamin E, which will help to improve mental and nerve function. It improves neurosensory functions, promotes mental alertness and cognition. Wellness pack A also contains vitamin D3, vitamin E, and biotin, which will aid in beauty. Everyone wants to look beautiful, no matter the age, whether young or old. Everyone wants to be beautiful. Now, it will help to promote radiant skin, long hair, and nail growth. It also contains vitamin D3, selenium, zinc, citrus, bioflavonoids, which will help to boost the immune health. Now, to boost cellular immunity, and to protect against UV rays. Now, wellness pack A also contains calcium, magnesium, zinc, and vitamin D3, which will promote strong bone, muscular, and connective tissue support. Also, it contains potassium, selenium, vitamin E, chromium, manganese, citrus, bioflavonoids, lycopene, and which will promote healthy heart function and vascular blood flow. Wellness pack A also contains citrus, bioflavonoids, lycopene, vitamin E, selenium, and manganese, which will aid antioxidant support, which will protect against, carcinogens. Then we also have iron, vitamin B12, folic acid, all contained in wellness pack A, which will which will aid in blood formation and essential for blood flow. It will support healthy menstrual flow and compensate for loss during menstrual cycle. Now, diabetic woman, the chasteberry extract, there are some studies that were conducted. You can see the reference there, a 3-month double-blind placebo-controlled study on 93 women with fertility issues for 6 to 36 months. Chasteberry extract showed significant results. 14 of the 53 women on chasteberry, that is 26%, were pregnant after 3 months. After 3 months treatment, compared to 4 out of 40 women on placebo. And the reference we can find there. Also, chasteberry extract on premenstrual syndrome. We heard that a clinical studies in patients with premenstrual syndrome, luteal insufficiency, and mastopathy show a simultaneous decrease in clinical syndrome and clinical syndrome score and prolactin levels. We can see the references there. Now, chasteberry extract on mastigia. Chasteberry extract contains chasteberry extract phenolic contents are agonists on dopamine receptors, which will suppress prolactin production significantly compared to bromocriptine. They have a peak significance of 0.0001 for both groups. And administration of 40 milligram chasteberry extract relieves cyclic mastigia and breast pain compared to flobipropin 200 milligram per day for 3 months with P significance of 0.945. Now, evening primrose on premenstrual syndrome. Women with premenstrual syndrome have decreased gamma linoleic acid, which is derived biochemically from linoleic acid. This conversion requires vitamin B6, manganese, and zinc as cofactors in the key conversion enzyme delta-6-deoxyribonuclease. Now, all these vitamins and minerals are present in diavite woman so as to aid the conversion from gamma linoleic acid to linoleic acid to alleviate the symptoms of the premenstrual syndromes. Now, which will relieve symptoms of also myalgia and mastigia, that is breast pain. Now, treatment with linoleic acid for 1 year showed improved clinical outcome in a multi-center trial. The combined use of antioxidants and gamma linoleic acid has proven to have synergistic effects and completely correct nerve blood flow and motor nerve conduction velocity with patients with neuropathy. The references are there. And diavite woman comes in this form. These are the wellness part A. Now, the way it's taken, a capsule, you take 1 capsule daily with meal regularly. Now, the wellness part B comes in this way. That's the red and the brown together. Is taking each pair of capsule is taken together at once daily with meal, and it's preferably you start 2 days prior to a period and you continue all through. After this is taken, then the other wellness pack A is taken 1 daily for 23 days. That will complete a 30-day dosage formulation. Now, the benefits of diavite woman. Diavite woman provides energy for physical strength. Diavite woman provides vitality. Diavite woman improves mental strength and cognition. Diavite woman promotes hormonal balance. It has the ability to regulate fertility disorder, especially as a result of anovulation. It also aids in boosting immune defense. It also relieves premenstrual syndrome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diavite woman. Okay, yes. Basically, that's the major thing I actually picked, and no, I listened to most of the other benefits of that right woman. The last presentation is actually going to be by. We've been hearing everything about drugs, different information about quick milk and so on. Now it's actually about insurance. I'm sure a lot of us are actually, there are actually a lot of us, there are a lot of us that actually don't have any form of insurance. So there's an insurance company that is going to make some presentation by African Alliance Insurance PLC. If you're ready, sir, please. Thank you very much.
Good morning, the children of today occasion. Good morning, the CMD of FMC, the distinguished guests, permit me to stand on the Zoom protocol. My name is Michael Effiong. I'm here to present African Alliance Insurance PLC on some of the policies they are selling. Today, we will center on mother pension plans, children education plans, and group life policy. However, African Alliance is the first indigenous insurance company in Nigeria. Our 63 years in existence in 2059 to date. And African Alliance has become a household product for so many people here in the society. And they have benefited from African Alliance. And mostly, what African Alliance is doing is all about saving for the needs. African Alliance have a partner with Munich Insurance Company in Germany, the biggest insurance company in the world, who are also a partner and also ensure all activities and services of African society. What we do, we also Munich Insurance Company. African policy and operating 18 branches in the whole of Nigeria. And African Alliance have delivered the pro services and have paid a lot of claim, about 6.5 million claim as of last December 2021. We have a financial trust and the first indigenous insurance company already sell the trust and make up the recapitalizations ongoing today in Nigeria. We also own a lot of properties and activities across Nigeria and the whole world today, meaning that Africa is not only operating in Nigeria, they have an estate, they have line, they have other businesses across the world, and also operating in South African country, in food industry, life insurance, and other activities in Ghana, Sierra Leone, Liberia, and UK. Since the first product is smaller percent plus to talk about the policy is being appreciated on whatsoever businesses or transaction you are carrying out by African Alliance is being appreciated consistently, not depreciated. The is to give you a peace of mind and they have a comfort and life cover as long as you are being with us in these services. African Alliance is a profit and saving-oriented organization. That means that every money or any business that you do, you have element of investment, you also have element of saving attributed to it, and you have high return on investment. A lot of people have also introduced this policy, and this policy is an endowment policy that pay 30% of agreement over the specific numbers of the years, and also pay 30% as guarantee. However, these policies are the contract saving that have to do for a specific periods of time. We can be 9, 12, 15 years to 21 years. Then one can choose within the numbers of the years and save over the number of years. And this policy will give a peace of mind over the years, as you can see. As we for 15 years, for example, the first 5 years, a company will give of whatsoever was a protected value, actually the value was to be $1 million to 15 years. At the end of 5 years, the company will give it. Then at the end of 10 years, the company also give 30%. At the end of 15 years, the company will give 100%. Actually, the numbers of the years. This policy is the feature that they give you tax relief, because by Nigerian law, whatever you are paying to insurance company, you on that. So you give the tax relief, and also help you in the event of accidental death. In the event of accidental death, as enforced, the company takes the responsibility of saving, pay all you ought to be paid over the numbers of the years. Then when agreement years, the company will also pay you whatsoever was the agreement policy and profit. Then in the event of irrespective of what has seen over the years, the company will pay to you. You can access facility. I'm trying to illustrate the practical thing. We want the claim to be benefit if you keep into this policy. Assuming that the man of 40 years into this to save a 10 million naira in a couple of 15 years. In the first, every year, you'll be saving around 1 million. 365, quarterly you say 80,187, then monthly 93,000. Then at the end of the first 5 years, the company will give 30% of 10 million, which is 3 million. Then at the end of 10 years, also give you 30% of 10 million, which is 3 million. Then at the end of 15 years, the company will give you 10 million. Then at the end of 15 years, the company will add a financial of 6.9 million. Then the company will give you profit of 3% on a yearly basis. Multiplying that will give you 300,000, multiplied with 5 million naira. This year, the company will add yearly bonus of 2% multiplied by 15 years, give you 3 million naira. So what are you anticipated to get at the long run of 15 years? Minus plus and minus of what I said, you see the return is 100% return on investment. A lot of people have benefit from it, and we still benefit tomorrow. Then we also have, in the case of 5 million in 15 years, at the end of 1.5, then at the end of 5 million, financial security of 3.7 will give you a yearly profit of 2% of 150,000 multiplied by 15 years will give you 2.250. But 100,000 multiplied and you amounted to 50 million. That is for 5 million. Then we open have a child education plan. We believe that all of us want to give our children sound or best education. And without us today in the Nigerian sector, the education has become capital intensive. And assuming that we want to fund a child education in overseas education university, even a private university in Nigeria, the capital intensive in Nigeria. So further, assuming they have 2 or 3 children to be embarked on the university or the private university in Nigeria, before they are going to be this will require you have a saving plan over the numbers of years. So you can tell that maybe in the next couple of 10 years or 15 years to come, my child went to be in a higher institution. You can now look at that and giving yourself a particular target to save for this particular child. When that child went to be in a higher institution, you are using sufficient money to start. So on that basis, going to look at to do, since this is a contract saving, the company is going to equally give a 3%. Once was the same as you, then you will get your profit. Then you also give a tax relief because the insurance company is tax free, so you also give a tax relief. You call it on a yearly basis. Then, in the event of death, permanent disability, before that agreement year reach, what the company does is to maintain the child policy, the child education, to that time reach. What I mean is that, assuming that I have a child, and I take a policy for my child, and God take my life before that agreement year reach, what the company did to me to give my child 2% of whatever was intended to save for my child education, monthly income. Meaning that, assuming that you save 5 million for my child education in a couple of 10 years or 15 years to come, I save 6 months, I save 1 year, I save 1 month, and God takes my life, then what will be the future of the child? So what the company do that 2% of 5 million is amounted to 150,000. The company will give this child this 2%, which is amounted to 150,000, as monthly maintenance till that 10-year reach or 15-year reach, and at the end of that 15 years or 10 years, the company will see go and give the child the 5 million, the profit accumulated over the numbers of years, the bonus accumulated over the numbers of years. Then the child can use this to fund the child. The child can use this for education. Equally provide loan facility at the end of 2 years applicable. So the this one want to save 5 million in 15 years, in a couple of 15 years to the child, then you'll be saving, assuming that this child is saving is 2 years today. So you save for 15 years, 2 plus 15, you're doing 17 years. So believe that by 17, the child should be almost of university. Then this money will not pay to you. Then if you have to save 5 million in 15 years for the child, on yearly basis will be saving 382,650. Then half year will be 193,155. Quarter will be 98,535. Then monthly it will be 33,085. Then what are you expected to be? On a yearly basis, the company will give 3%, which is about 15,000 multiplied 150 million multiplied by 12 years, give 1.8. The yearly bonus of 2% of 5 million multiplied by 12 give 1.2. Then plus in this target, accrued about 8 million naira for the policy of 5 million to save in 12 years to come. Then if you also save for 15 years, you'll see that multiplication will be by 15 years. If it's 12 years, if 18 years, if it's 20 years, you will also be, the profit will be multiplied by the numbers of the years. At the end of it, you'll see the policy is appreciated, and a lot of people have specified this. Then, as I also work in, I also have a policy we call green light policies. And this policy have to do with a group of people coming together to save over the numbers of years. And this policy is to provide in event of death how occur during the working services. As I'm working today, we can see the insecurity is everywhere that I hear, and we call impediment that a group of people, a group of doctors can also key into this kind of a policy, coming together to save over a specific periods of time. So this policy have to do that. Assuming that you have a 5 million to save at the long run to come, we see the breakdown of the small one expected to be the breakdown. And also it can also be included, maybe want also to add money for the profits for the debt or permanent disability. So the premium amounted to 7,350. Then for the number of 40 people, 296 on a yearly basis. Then we equally have, if you also want to have it 1 million for each of the members, we see that we amounted to about 10,000 naira to the saving. So however, what we are trying to say here is that insurance policy is an essential policy for everyone to key into it for saving the future, to save for the child, so that the long run, the family can be also benefit from it. We have the doctors also benefit from this. How people also pass away from this policy here in the London possible FMC. So we say that is a policy that people can benefit from it, and we also ask you to look into it and key into this policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for the presentation on insurance. We've actually taken up to 4 presentations so far. So in the next couple of few minutes, I don't know if there are people with comments and questions. Please, all the people that made the presentations, can we please be around? Let's have the second mic, please. Any question, comment, or query from all the 4 presentations that was done? Let's have the second mic, please. Do we have that? Okay, yes, we have one at the back. When I was in medical school, they told me that usually when the lecturer gives all the lectures, if you didn't ask question, he says there are 1 or 2 things. It's either you understood everything or you didn't understand anything at all. So, okay. Okay, ma'am.
The chairman of this occasion, distinguished guests here present, good morning. Nitru-sec Fitsin, I think Fitsin. I want to ask a question. I've taken that drug before. It is very sweet, very sweet. What sweetener did you use? If it is glucose, what quantity of glucose?
Fitsin, please.
Fitsin. Where is it?
Where it's Fitsin? Okay, please, you have a question.
Yes. It's not true. How are you? Okay, I've taken Nitru-sec before. It is very sweet. What sweetener did you use or was used? And then if it is glucose, what quantity? Is there any special instruction on diabetics?
Thank you so much, ma. The sweetener in Nitru-sec is sorbitol. Yes, sorbitol is what we used.
Okay.
Yes, so sorbitol does not cause random sugar increases. So I think it's safe in diabetics. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Danjuma, please, can we make it very brief and straightforward to the point? If it's a question, just go ahead and ask the question.
Good morning, all. Thank you very much for the presentation. My question is on peak milk 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6. Is there any dosage for the administration in children?
Thank you very much. We'll take the second question. First line, you can hold on to the answer.
Thank you very much. Standing on the existing protocol, I'm Dr. Danjuma. The question goes to, okay, Taraba woman. Is she around? Okay, very interesting. I like the product. The name is very, number one, I didn't see any samples going around. Okay, we'll come back to that. Has there been any studies? What is the comparison between Taraba woman and well woman? Is it not just a duplication, or is it better? And then lastly, the price. Is it cost effective? Then for the Alliance, African Alliance Insurance. Okay, I think for all, maybe the management, about to show the slides, because there's a brief on the program, but what you explain is actually more detailed and more, this one is not really self-explanatory. So I think the slides of your presentation will go a long way to help us look at what you have, the products you have. Then the smart kit and the child educational fund, can it be done in anticipation? You don't have a child, or you want to prepare ahead of time. Can it be done? Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're trying to anticipate before you get married. So even for the doctors who are bachelors, and even for the medical student, nursing student. Okay. Yes, go ahead and answer the question.
Okay, thank you so much for your question. speaking about PIC 1, 2, 3, and PIC 4, 5, 6, in terms of dosage, is actually indicated on the body of the container. And as you know, is a nutrition, for nutrition, because what we are saying is not to substitute normal feeding, is to bridge the gap, because we've seen that there's a lot of gap between what caregivers and parents give to children to the daily requirement, especially things like protein, iron, and even the DHA. So this will help to bridge the gap. But in terms of the dosage, it's actually written on the body too. I don't know if that answers your question. Thank you.
Okay, Vitamin.
Yes, thank you very much for that question. Vitamin is a unique formulation. It's completely different from Well Woman. Now, if you check in Well Woman, you don't have chasteberry extract. So, and in Vitamin, chasteberry extract is found in its appropriate quantity, such that a woman having issues with ovulation can that chasteberry extract on content has the ability to, there's this utilizing hormone such that is required to occur before ovulation can take place. And with that balance between LH and FSH, Vitamin have the upper hand for anovulatory cycles. Yes, thank you.
Okay, the Alliance. Okay, he also asked about the price. He asked about the price.
Yes.
Yes.
The price is very cost effective. It's just 2,800 naira for the pack, but it's being retailed at it's mostly retailed at 3,000 naira. You get it 3,000, 3,500 naira. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Then he talks about sample, is available.
Yes, samples they are on the way coming.
Thank you very much for your questions. First question is that can the PowerPoint be shared? Yes. If you want it, I can send to you. You can meet the chairman can send it to as many people who want to get the PowerPoint. It's free. Secondly, if the policy can be anticipated in anticipation, yes, you can have a policy in mind that you want to have in the next couple of 10 years, 20, 15 years to come. You can have that. The beneficiary is subject to change at any given time. You can change your beneficiary at any time. So it doesn't mean that it must be a popular child today. So we can even do it in anticipation for longer periods of time to come. Then the PowerPoint will give you the more detail, and it can also let us a personal contact that we discuss more better. Thank you very much. I don't know if there's other questions in regard to our program.
Thank you very much. Can we give them more round of applause for a wonderful presentation? Also, there's actually a comment concerning sorbitol. Doctor, please.
Hello, good morning all. I just want to make a little clarification on the use of sorbitol as a sweetener in respect to those that are diabetics. Sorbitol is usually metabolized in the body and gets eliminated through an enzyme, sorbitol dehydrogenase. So the use of sorbitol in diabetics usually is with caution, please. This sorbitol dehydrogenase is deficient in certain organs in the body, especially in the retina, in the kidney, even in the Schwann cells. Accumulation of sorbitol in this organ it causes distortion of such organs. Therefore, diabetic patients need to be careful in the use of sorbitol as sweetener. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that additional information. Yes, sir. So we'll actually move further for the program. I'll actually invite Dr. Kara Adamu to take us further.
Good morning. All dignitaries here present permit me to stand on the existing protocol. We are done with the presentation from the sales rep. We sincerely appreciate them for all their presentations. So we are going to start the program proper. Therefore, on this note, you permit me to recognize and invite some dignitaries to the high table. First on my list here I have the #1 citizen when it comes to enemy Taraba State. This is an individual that is so reliable and dependable when it comes to activities that involves enemy. In fact, whenever there's activity going on in enemy, the first thing I normally ask, is he involved? They will say yes. Then I will not have courage because it's somebody that you can always rely on when it comes to activities. He is the host for this occasion. And that person is the enemy chairman, Taraba State, Dr. Nkanta Yu Edit. Thank you. Next on my list is another strong man in enemy activities, an individual who has invested so much in enemy, both at local and national level. He has served enemy in various capacities at the local and the national level. He has been the past secretary, enemy Taraba State, past chairman, enemy Taraba State, past VP1, enemy at national level. He is currently the Director, Immunization and Disease Control in the Taraba State Primary Healthcare Development Agency. I'm talking about nobody else than Dr. Kenneth Tijo Mingi. Sir, you're welcome to the item. Sorry for the oversight. Dr. Kenneth is also a guest speaker for this occasion. The next person on the list here with me is a man who is full of principle and integrity, a clinician par excellence, a man who is a toto, more like a father to so many of us here. Someone who is so open-minded and friendly to all of us, presently serving as the head of clinical services, Federal Medical Center, Jalingo. He is also the keynote speaker for this occasion. Permit me to invite Dr. Wanoi Aikola to the table. Thank you, sir. You have to bear with me. I have to be talking so much because all the people I have on my list are great people. So I cannot just push them to the high table without some few spices. So next on the list is an individual who has set a very high tone by displaying a positive mental attitude that is focused and targeted as achieving goals. This is somebody who has brought very huge and conspicuous transformation in an institution within a short period of time. This is an individual who has proven to us that gender is never a problem when it comes to achieving goal. Permit me to invite the Medical Director of Federal Medical Center, Jalingo, Dr. Anche Shewadi. Thank you, ma. Next is a very friendly and simple gentleman. I call him friendly and simple gentleman. Ever since I know him, whenever you meet him, he's always smiling. Even when there's problem, he will be smiling. This is somebody who has embraced challenges and is always striving to make success despite all the challenges he has in his institution. He is nobody else than the Chief Medical Director, Taraba State Specialist Hospital, Dr. Alex Mayangwa. The journey is getting tough as we keep going on. The next person on my list, I don't know what I'll talk or say about him, but I'll beg his indulgence that the little I'll say about him, I think it will send some messages to all of us. This is a great elder statesman who has been more like a father to enemy Taraba State, who is never tired to spend for enemy Taraba State, who is never tired to advise members of enemy Taraba State, a person full of honor and dignity, a person who is always there for enemy Taraba State. He is the chairman, Taraba State Independent Electoral Commission, and he's also the chairman of this occasion. This is no other person than Chief Dr. Philip Soma Toko. And I have one seat that was last on my list because I only have one seat, and that was the Ogakotakota is joining them on the table. The next person on my list is our Honorable Commissioner for Health, also Chairman, Taraba Task Force on COVID-19. This is an individual that even if I have not mentioned anything about him, I am sure all of us here knows everything about him because he's a man of integrity, a man of principle, honor, and dignity. He is the guest of honor of this occasion. Also representing the special guest of honor of this occasion, the Governor of Taraba State, His Excellency Architect Dixon Darius Ishaku. This person is known other than our great elder statesman, Dr. Innocent Vakai. Sir, you are welcome to the high table. You know, in everything you do in life, you must have a helper so that things will go very well. So at this level, permit me to step aside and invite my helper to acknowledge the remaining dignitaries. Mr. Helper, come forward.
Thank you very much, sir. I wish to stand on the already established protocol and to recognize all the dignitaries on the table, on the high table. Just like how he has said, there are also other dignitaries here present, and we would actually like to recognize you. Please, we believe and know that everybody here is important, but you know, we also need to give honor to certain people that that honor is due to. So I would like to actually mention the names of these people, and we'll ask them to come to the front seat, please. In no any particular order, please help me welcome the Executive Secretary Health Service Management Board, Taraba State, Dr. Michael Musa Madaki, please, even as he takes a seat here. Please, let's clap. Also, in our midst, he's not a doctor, but you can actually see him seated with his uniform. We have in our midst the State Superintendent of Nigerian Immigration Service in person of Bello Musa Pantisawa. Thank you very much, sir. Also, we have in our midst the ever punctual Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Health, Dr. Ebenezer Apaki. You're welcome, sir. Yes. Also, please let's make welcome the Executive Chairman, Board of Internal Revenue, Taraba State, Dr. Simon Ambita, if he's here present. Okay, he's there to be here. Thank you very much. Also, we have our newly sworn in Permanent Secretary, who is heading the Home Affairs and Special Duties in person of Dr. Ahmed Kara. I don't know if he's here. Okay. Also in our midst, we have the MDCAN chairman of Taraba State, in person of Dr. Ahmed Yataulu. Please, sir. I think I saw him. Okay, yes, sir. Welcome. You're welcome to the high table, sir. Also, we have invited guests in our midst. We also invited CAN representative, and here in our midst we have Pastor. Sorry. We have Pastor Maduka Joseph here, who is also the Assistant Secretary General representing CAN. Thank you very much. We also have the CMAC of Taraba State Specialist Hospital in person of Dr. Mustafa Mohammed. And we also have the MD of Nubis Eye Center in person of Dr. Gideon Alva. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome, sir. You can come forward. Thank you very much. And also, we also have the Deputy CMAC of FMC in person of Dr. Suleiman Kim. You're welcome, sir. We also have in our midst the Director of Hospital Services. Sorry. We also have in our midst Director of Medical Services of Taraba State Health Service Management Board in person of Dr. Alexander Hakan. Can you move forward? Thank you very much. Also in our midst, the Secretary of MDCAN Taraba State in person of Dr. Michael. You're welcome, sir. Okay. And then we also have past NMA Chairman President, Dr. Danga. Danga, you're welcome, sir. We also have Miss Director of Public Health, Taraba State Ministry of Health, in person of Dr. Abe. You're welcome, sir. And also have past president of NMA chairman, of NMA Taraba State, in person of Dr. Boki. It's like I saw him seated somewhere. Yes, sir, please. We need you to just come forward. Thank you very much. Also,
Hello. We shall recite the physician's pledge, and I shall be leading the recitation of the pledge. And may I request those that are not physicians to kindly take their seat. Just kindly sit down, those that are not physicians. So we should start. As a member of the medical profession, I solemnly pledge to dedicate my life to the service of humanity. So, the health and well-being of my patient will be my foremost consideration. I will respect the autonomy and the dignity of my patient. I will maintain the utmost respect for human life. I will not permit considerations of age, disease, or disability, creed, ethnic religion, gender, nationality, political affiliation, race, sexual orientation, social standing, or any other factor to intervene between my duty and my patient. I will respect my profession with conscience and dignity and in accordance with good medical practice. I will foster the honor and noble traditions of the medical profession. I will give to my teachers, colleagues, and students the respect and gratitude that is their due. I will share my medical knowledge for the benefit of the patient and the advancement of healthcare. I will attend to my own health, well-being, and abilities in order to provide care of the highest standard. I will not use my medical knowledge to violate human rights and civil liberties, even under threat. I make these promises solemnly, freely, and upon my honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the chairman of the occasion, for leading us through the citation. So next on the agenda is a welcome address by the chairman of the occasion. Let me invite the chairman of the occasion, Suma Taku, Chief Dr. Due Philip, for a welcome address.
The special guest of honor, His Excellency Architect Darius Dixon Deshaku, ably represented by the Honorable Commissioner, Dr. Innocent Vakai, who again is the special guest to this program. The special guest who is supposed to be the guest speaker, the guest speaker on the second sub-theme, who is the Director of Primary Healthcare, the Medical Director, FMC, Dr. Mrs. Aisha Sane Adamu, the Medical Director, Specialist Hospital, Dr. Miangwa, the Chairman of NMA Taraba State, who happens to be the host of this program, permanent secretaries here present, CMAX of the various hospitals, FMC, Specialist Hospital, executive secretaries of agencies and other establishments, very senior doctors, consultants, specialists, other health workers who are here invited, members and the Executive Council of Taraba State NMA, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. And let me appreciate the protocol so established. I'm indeed very grateful to be invited to chair the 2022 AGM of the NMA Taraba State Branch. I would say it's not a coincidence. It's an invitation that promotes the propagation and unity that should be seen and is already seen in the NMA. I recall, and with gratitude, that over the years, NMA has been moving steadily from stage to stage. And this event, and the culmination of this event, is the cumulative investment that each and every doctor here seated has put on the progression of the NMA to prosper to this level. And therefore, I must recognize the past NMA chairmen who are here. Please, if you're here, former past NMA, just stand where you are. Please stand where you are. Former NMA chairman. I want to thank you for what you've been doing. You can be seated, please. I have to reflect on history to show us why we should be very grateful. I recall in 1996, 97, the doctor population in Taraba State was just about 23. When by the grace of God, I happened to be the chair of my NMA. 1997 to the year 2002. That was a period of 6 years. 20 doctors. Monthly contribution was 2,000 naira. I had to keep the NMA going. I had to attend meetings from my own purse. I had to pay for the secretariat for 4 years. I had to open a bank account for NMA. And in the course of that, the grace of God upon my life, I was appointed Commissioner for Health, 2000. That is about 22 years ago. And we are grateful that we argued and we struggled for the implementation of the MSS, the medical standard that is on ground today. That was the peak of the struggle. We had nothing, but we had the zeal, the determination to forge ahead. Challenges that came our way were only instrumental to help us grow. And so I have to say these few things, because even our secretariat, as it were, we're just a two-room hired by myself for 4 years to ensure that activities were ongoing. But here we are today. Are we not grateful? So all of you did this. And if I don't say a few words in this AGM, certainly I would have failed all of you. And one thing that remains very constant is change. That the children must grow. That things have to move on. And here we are moved to where we are. I want to really commend the current leadership of NMA for keeping the flag flying. I don't believe in quantity. I believe so much in quality. You can have a whole room filled up, but very few people can do the things of many people. And that's what you're doing now. Let us not lose our leadership. I'm saying this because politics has already eroded a lot of things that are happening. And NMA and indeed the doctors are going very still relegation. But we should be encouraged. Where we're supposed to be leading is not by our own making. It's an international investment that you must lead the team with humility in a multi-sectoral context, depicting knowledge. And even the international labor law prescribes that the doctors are in category 8. All the other paramedicals are in sub-category 8. Is there? Go and review the literature where the doctors are. You are in category 8. Other paramedicals are in sub-category 8. This is an international documentation. I'm not just citing anything. And that places you that you should be knowledgeable, you should be very strategic, and you should be prepared to act within the context that can bring the best out of you. Today is not a speech-making day, but it's very important because the topics that will be discussed today are very, very, very germane. You cannot operate any system without a modicum of knowledge. You should be knowledgeable. And to be knowledgeable means that you are looking globally, plan strategically, and act locally. What happens some other place must happen in Taraba State. And therefore, the advancement of knowledge, even within the sociological concept of the CAP theory, there's a correlationship between that and practice and skill development. So this topic, postgraduate medical education, is very germane. And I congratulate NMA for really choosing that we should be advanced further. particularly within the context of Taraba State. I think this is really very germane. The third thing is the involvement of medical doctors in partisan politics. And when I saw it, I said, they are not they're talking about the benefits. They are talking about the challenges and the way forward. Are there benefits at all? What does the law say? What does the Constitution say? As controversial as it is, I think this will really illuminate our thinking so that we can make certain decisions. Because whichever way you look at it, it's a very broad subject. As civil servants, medical doctors, you get into partisan politics, you are fired. As a public health doctors, you can be in the political stream, nobody talks to you. What does the Constitution say about individuals who are doctors and non-medical doctors? I'm very happy that Dr. Kenneth will teach us, will speak about that. He will be in and out of politics. So I'm very happy you have rightly chosen him. I will listen, I will argue, because there are a lot of things that we really need to say. Let me say this, colleagues. Bernard said this in his argument. He said, it is not your fault to be born poor, but it's your fault to die poor. That is a very serious thing. Have you thought about that? Somebody will say, okay, my father was not this, my mother was not this. No. God added this. He says it's not your fault to be born poor, but it's your fault to die poor. I'm hearing some murmur, and I think it should generate some murmur. I'm not prepared to die poor, but I came from poverty. Don't say because you're a doctor, doctors don't do this. Maybe that's why the thing is very germane here again. Imagine well-trained people to be supervised, to be managed by secondary school. It's unacceptable. That's the prescription of the Constitution in the law of all these managerial political positions. Here you are, to be managed by a secondary school who has not passed the WASC. And everybody defines, I'm a politician. That is not a business. It's not a profession. So Dr. Tijon will examine, I'm sure, his topic very well. Because I want to leave this place as a chairman here, energizing you to move on. There are so many things you can do. So I'm very, very grateful for the honor given to me to chair this program today. And I'm very happy too to see that the number of consultants, the number of specialists are increasing in the state. The number of doctors are increasing in the state. And let me say this, with due respect to the governor, he has shown commitment that there should be some welfare improvement in terms of the services in the state. Somebody may say, oh, it doesn't matter, but let me say this. This is the time that we have the Honorable Commissioner, the doctor, the specialist. This is the time we have the permanent secretary, a doctor. If you look at it, you do a cursory look at the appointments in this state. Some of us have been hated because we voice out what we think is not right. And I'll continue to do that until I leave this earth. I'll continue to say that. You take an agric man to be a commissioner in health, agriculture. You take somebody who does not even have a degree to be a commissioner of health. Can you see the danger? So all the things that touch the paper, I'm not preempting it. It's a leadership issue. The fact that you're a doctor, you are Malone. It shouldn't be you. More so when you get a paramedical who is in authority, the number one hit is a doctor. And nobody stops anybody going to medical school. Look at our number here. If it were another thing, this place would have been put to the brim. But like I said, it's the quality. Don't worry about quantity. I really must say, I appreciate the commissioner who is here to be physically present with us, to have gone to see His Excellency, whether he could come. We appreciate these contributions. In closing, I really want to commend members of the high table. I want to commend Taraba State NMA. We shall not be tired at all. That is the basis of where you are today. And on this note, I don't have anything to say because I may not be coming up now and then to say something. I have a token to give NMA, 200,000. Just for you. And the NMA should be encouraged. I wish all of us a successful AGM. And may the Almighty bless us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our elder statesman, for vindicating the MC. I absolutely believe that when I was introducing him, I said, this is a man who is never tired to spend on behalf of enemy. I know that some of us here, our minds were thrown into doubt, but now I'm sure those doubts has been cleared. So thank you, Sulataku, for the words of wisdom. Next on the agenda is opening remarks by number one citizen Enemy Taraba State. Enemy Chairman Dr. Mkanta Edit.
Ordinarily, I should just stay behind the protocol of my chairman, because I don't know what I'm supposed to say again. But then, protocol is protocol. So I start by welcoming the special guest of honor, His Excellency Architect Darius Dixon Ishaku, ably represented by the guest of honor, sir, Dr. Innocent Vakai, Honorable Commissioner of Health, my chairman of the occasion, Chief Dr. Danla Dedoe Sumatakum, is an elder that is not tired of coming to enemy. I always go to him and he normally comes. I think this is a tell elders, don't run away from enemy. Enemy is not all about strikes and attack on elders. We respect elders very well. The suitable Tifa is my LD. As far as I'm concerned, she's a miracle woman. And what are we going to say? Somebody that is a chief medical officer about to retire, he converts into a resident. Is that about a miracle? And then I was the chief medical director of Specialist Hospital Jalingo. He is afraid. Is it not faster? I go to him and he assists me. If of obstetrics, you taught me practical tropical obstetrics and from part of LMA politics. I'm always grateful, sir. You're welcome. Dr. TJ, just like the chairman of the occasion has said, is a renowned politician, both partisan and enemy, and a former vice president one of the enemy. And I must say that I'm lucky because I was his secretary when he was the state chairman. He mentored me and I also pushed him up. Is it not so, sir? There are a lot of dignitaries here. I don't even know what to say. I've seen Dr. Maraki. He was the one that interviewed me for employment in 2001. Is it not so, sir? The permanent secretary, I go to him anytime. My consultants, even the CMAC of Specialist Hospital, used to be my boy, but it's not my guy. I've seen students, a lot of people that look up to me for mentorship. And I don't know why my HOD, they have seen me behind, so you're supposed to come forward. It's my brother and my teacher. There are so many people, representative of CAN, Dr. Gideon Lava, the private practitioner that has made me proud. There are so many of them here. They praise the security people, but the advice I have for the security people, please don't cock your gods. This place is safe. So I was expecting to see the governor here, but I'm still happy seeing my brothers represented. He called me very early this morning. The governor is unavoidably absent, but they are sent him to represent him. So if you go to page 11 of the program, you see my speech. With a sense of humility, I wish to welcome all dignitaries, invited guests, medical students, I've seen student nurses, the praise for turning up for the opening ceremony of the Nigerian Medical Association Taraba State Branch 2022 Annual General Meeting and Scientific Conference. This is usually an event where all medical doctors in Taraba State, they gather to discuss issues affecting the health care delivery system, profile solutions. And we also use the opportunity to offer free medical services to the less privileged in the society, free screening for medical disorders, the whole public health enlightenment programs, and continuous medical development for members. A doctor that is not the layman is an expired doctor. And then we had a free medical outreach on Thursday, 11 August 2022. So I'll start by saying the 2020 to 2022 State Officers Committee was inaugurated on 1st August 2022, virtually at the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic. Immediately to solve the numerous problems that were on ground, which are not limited to poor remuneration of medical doctors in Taraba State Civil Service. We have shortage of medical doctors in the state. Appointments for doctors in government health institutions, lack of residency training in the tertiary health institutions in the state, lack of intensive training in Taraba State Specialist Hospital, lack of tax waivers for health personnel compared to what obtains in some other states, lack of a functional means of mobility for official functions and meetings, lack of houses for doctors, worsening security situation, resulting in unprovoked attacks and kidnapping of doctors, lack of proper mentorship of the newer generation of doctors, non-payment of COVID-19 special division allowances, and lack of insurance policies for health personnel, especially those working in infectious diseases isolation center. And just like the chairman said, also for leadership of federal health institutions by other health professionals and most importantly, poor budgetary provision for health. As a result of these issues, there were strikes last year by the Association of Resident Doctors. But it is important to note that at the end of the day, the evaluation of doctors in Taraba State improved because the Excellency approved skipping and then 90% revised comments for doctors in the state civil service. During this period, there were a lot of positive developments. Residency training was commenced in the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology with upgrading of training facilities from 12 to 24 for training of fire officers in Federal Medical Center Jalingo. Most of the doctors from local were given permanent appointments both in Federal Medical Center Jalingo and the Taraba State Specialist Hospital, which I thank the MD and the CMD. And then I feel that we're knowable. I don't know why, maybe because of the lack of the number of doctors, but then the Medical Women's Association came into action. I thank you again, madam, because you were carrying that association personally. And then the Association of Resident Doctors, which one of them, their president, Dr. Ahmed, has stayed and enlisted today. So there were other important things. We activated the cooperative, which really assisted the doctors when they stopped their 2 months in salaries. And then I don't know whether the president of the Veterinary Medical Association is here. Please stand up for recognition. He has always cooperated with NMA. And for some of them that could not go the expenses for doctors, we incorporated them into the Veterinary Medical Association and they were able to have a price in February. So when they start inviting you for Veterinary Association, don't fail to go. You are with them. So now there are a lot of other positive developments, collaborations, especially with the Taraba State Primary Development Agency, the Megadia Center for Youth Development, TACAN, a Center for Initiative and Development. And usually and then most especially the National Youth Service Corps. I don't know if any corps member that is here. Because normally we go for free medical outreach with allowance with their medical and health CDS. But then this 2022 AGM is unique because of the numerous challenges prevalent in the health sector that needs urgent attention. So, His Excellency, sir, these issues need your attention. The theme of this AGM is postgraduate medical education, the benefits, challenges in Taraba State, and the way forward. I don't need to say much today. The chairman has said that Taraba State cannot be different from other places, and without postgraduate training, continue to have perennial shortage of doctors. And then the issue of the Dr. Kennedy will discuss the partisan politics. But the lady said that for the people of Taraba State to get access to quality healthcare services, healthcare funding must improve. Abuja Declaration says at least 15% of the budget in Taraba State, if I'm not mistaken, sir, usually below 5%. And it's the same thing at the national level. I think it was only Kaduna State that had a budget of up to 14%. And the healthcare industries in the state were all good. These are things that we see, irrespective of what is on paper. The Taraba State contributory health insurance agency must be functional. The is unavoidable absence by the time they have started the enrollment of close to 20,000 vulnerable persons. And then the recent National Health Insurance Authority Act should be studied and be investigated by the Taraba State government. There are a lot of benefits there, sir. and then the importance of universal health coverage and the following of the private health sector cannot be emphasized. And then most importantly, there is a need to institutionalize a homegrown 12-pillar clinical governance in all our health institutions to guarantee quality health administration and quality service delivery. All efforts should be made to commence the training of interns, especially health officers in Taraba State Specialist Hospital, Jalingo. And then for the public, recently the WHO has declared monkeypox a public health emergency of international concern. According to the Nigerian Center for Disease Control, cases have been reported in states in the country, including Taraba State, about 26 states. So there is need for us to be vigilant. Appropriate authorities need to sensitize the public. And when I mean appropriate authorities, we shouldn't leave it alone for the government nor for the Ministry of Health. So there is need to mobilize all the necessary resources and apply all the necessary measures to control the spread of the disease. So finally, I appreciate God for fulfilling us despite the prevailing security and economic situations. His Excellency and the Taraba State government for approving the remuneration of doctors. And I don't know the president, the Association of Resident Doctors, FMC Jalingo, is he here? He's not there. I thank him for giving me an award of appreciation and excellence. That has really encouraged me. I thank my fellow members of the State Officers Committee, elders and inanimate Taraba elders, include all the past presidents, the doctors and the including consultants, and all members of the Nigerian Medical Association, Taraba State, including the secretarial staff. This led by Dr. Bako, all the affiliates, MDCAN, ARD, MY, and of course, the Ministry of Health, Health Services Management Board, doctors in my department, especially my head, and of course, I thank you again, Chief Dr. Philip Dre, for your support and generous donations. Taraba State Primary Healthcare Development Agency, WHO, I thank all of you for your support and patronage, especially the patronage of this conference, and it has given us some revenue. The pharmaceutical companies, some of them came from FA, African Alliance Insurance PLC. Thank you for coming. The press, and then I will not forget to thank Lahandi for your routine support, and then for always giving me the experts and permissions to travel now. Specialist Hospital, and finally my family, friends for the encouragement and support, and every other person and organization that supported us and contributed. And God bless. Thank you very much, Henry Chairman to the State, for the comprehensive address note. Before we continue, permit me to recognize the presence of the representative of the Provost Taraba State College of Nursing and Midwifery, Nurse Dorcas S. Dogone, who is the Deputy Provost Academic. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of Gilda Warwick, GCOP, Head of National Project Monitoring Office, Taraba State. So you're welcome. She's there. So on this note now,
Okay, it has been sorted. Thank God. So we are going to proceed by taking our first paper on the postgraduate. We are going to be taking our first paper on postgraduate medical education, the benefits, challenges, and the way forward. But before we take the paper, I would like to invite Dr. Bitrus Daniel Atiwe, consultant family physician with Taraba State specialist, to come forward and give us the citation of our keynote speaker. You can stand here, no problem.
The special guest of honor, the chairman of the occasion, the chairman, NMA Taraba, the guest speakers, distinguished members of the high table, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to read the citation of the keynote speaker. Citation on Dr. Wanoi Ishaya Kwala, MBBS. Okay, sorry. You know, you have to appreciate it. I'm his student in the medical school. I'm quite privileged today that I'm actually reading the citation for him, so you should quite understand. Citation on Dr. Wanoi Ishala Kwala. Dr. Wanoi Ishala Kwala was born on 23rd April 1962 to Mr. Wanoi N. Kwala and Hanatu N. Ladan at Zongola in Gombe local government area of Adamawa State. He started his primary education in Zongola Primary School, Gombe, from 1970 to 1976, and thereafter proceeded with his secondary school education at Government Secondary School, Mubi, Adamawa State, from 1976 to 1981, where he obtained a general certificate in education, O level. Dr. Wanoi went to back an MBBS certificate from University of Maiduguri, Borno State in 1989. He began his medical career as a house officer at the University of Maiduguri Teaching Hospital between 1990 and 1991, before he went for his NYSC at Bogu, New Basa, Kwara State, where he received 2 awards as a core member. After his NYSC, Dr. Wanoi proceeded for residency training program at the University of Maiduguri Teaching Hospital, where he joined the fellowship of West African College of Surgeons, specializing in obstetric and gynecology in 2002. He obtained the prestigious fellowship of the West African College of Surgeons, Faculty of Obstetric and Gynecology. He took up appointment with Federal Medical Center, Jalingo, on 3rd April 2003. 3 years later, through sheer commitment and dedication to work, he was accelerated to the rank of Consultant Special Grade 2 on 3rd April 2005. On 1st January 2009, he attained the rank of Consultant Special Grade 1 in the Department of Obstetric and Gynecology. In addition to medical practice, Dr. Ishaya Wanoi also constantly served the hospital in diverse capacity, prominent among which was chairman of promotion committee in 2010, 2019, and 2022, as well as chairman of senior staff disciplinary committee. As a result of his proven competence and dedication, he was appointed chairman to review the 2010 employment, its attendant complaint, and missed other related matters. He also appointed chairman subcommittee on personnel in May 2020. Dr. Wanoi is keen on making a difference. When the extra mile to achieve commendable recognition, even among his peers. He became the chairman, Nigerian Medical Association, Taraba State, 2008 to 2010. Chairman, NMA National Committee on NYSC Internship, 2010 to 2012. Chairman, MDCAN Taraba State, 2011 to 2013. He was also chairman, NMA National Committee on Biomedical Technology, 2018 to 2020, and state coordinator, Society of Obstetric and Gynecology of Nigeria, Sogon, Taraba State, from 2010 till date. As a devout Christian, Dr. Wanoi took a bold step to obtain a diploma in theology education by extension from EYN Ghana from 2009 to 2015. His unabated zeal for mission work earned him the position of Northeast Zonal Chairman of Calvary Mission, Capro, Nigeria, 2012 to 2020. He was also appointed board member, Capro, Nigeria, 2012 to 2020, and board member, UMCN Hospital, Nigeria, from 2018 to date. As expected of such an erudite personality, Dr. Wanoi attended numerous courses and workshops across this country. They are so numerous that if I begin to mention them, we'll take the whole time here mentioning them. Dr. Wanoi also redefined diligence when he conducted 2 international researches for World Health Organization. The near-miss maternal mortality research in 2012 and 2013, and the MPD4QED maternal and perinatal death surveillance research from 2019 to date. In recognition of deep commitment, dedication, and outstanding service, Dr. Wanoi deservingly received several awards, some of which are Nigeria Certificate of Honor, Bogu Corps Association, New Basa, Kwara State in 1992. Best Copper, Chairman's Awards, Bogu Local Government, New Basa, Kwara State in 1992. Certificate of Merit for Distinguished Service in 2007. Health International Service to Humanity Award, 2011. Jongola Development Association Award for contribution to the development of community, 2011. NMA Taraba Distinguished Award of Service, 2012. Commendation Letter for Service to Humanity, FMC Jalingo, 2014. Award of Hard Work and Outstanding Contribution toward Upliftment of Capro, 2021. Award of Excellence in Recognition and Outstanding Contribution in Health Sector, Supreme Medical Tech Limited, 2021. Dr. Wanoi enjoys reading, teaching, mentoring, and playing badminton, and trekking for leisure. I present Dr. Wanoi Kwala. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I believe when I said this gentleman is a clinician and a tutor par excellence, full of honor and dignity. How I wish that qualifications would have been obtained through gift. I would have asked my role model to dash me some few of his awards to add to my own. So, on this note, I would like to invite our keynote speaker to deliver his paper. Thank you, sir.
the special guest of honor, who is ably represented by the special guest, the chairman of the occasion, the chairman of NMA. Please permit me to stand on already established protocol. To me, it's a privilege and honor to stand before you people this morning to present this paper, Postgraduate Medical Education, Benefits, Challenges in Taraba State, and Way Forward. Thank you. It's all right. When we talk about medical practice, we have to look at things as they evolve. Before the 18,000, illness was viewed as a form of folklore and unwritten, basically. And around that time, people view illness as being as one, a supernatural happening, something that occurs supernaturally. Secondly, as a spell cast on a victim by an enemy or a demonic visitation. Because these things are not written, we all know that people still practice these things till today. However, with this kind of findings, people approached medical treatment then by administration of what? Drugs in a ritualistic manner, with some little bit of incantations, some little bit of dancings, some little bit of grimaces, and all this culminates to a trick of who? A magician. We see medical practice then as first a management by that medicine man, one man, who is either a witch doctor or a sorcerer that will be able to see what we cannot see. So, but medical practice have changed because with developments, things began to take shape. Medical practice therefore changed from that kind of orientation in the face of rapid advances in sciences, as well as new approach by physicians. What is this new approach? First and foremost, I hope I'm not breaking people. First and foremost, people start to look at disease through systematic analysis of signs and symptoms and making a diagnosis. And with this, effective treatment of diseases began. How do we practice at this point? At this level of practice, the doctor was what? Everything. Doctor was a lab scientist, doctor was a nurse, a pharmacist, and whatsoever specialty. He is the only one that treats human being from head to toe, isn't it? That has been the practice. That as a doctor, you know everything. Is it possible? It's not possible. They say jack of all trade and master of what? No. Therefore, we must look for a way of making a better diagnosis and doing a better treatment for our clients. So, this brings about our topic for today, postgraduate medical education. Postgraduate medical education. Let's see briefly what this means. is defined as the constellation of learning activities carried out to enable doctors develop competencies and deeper knowledge in specific areas after completion of basic medical education. I want us to look at some important key points. Learning activities. Therefore, it's not just after I graduate, my certificate will work for me. You need to continue learning. Continue learning. And these learning activities are made in such a way that our competencies as doctors will always be up to date, because disease is what? A moving target. What we know yesterday is not the same thing we'll be practicing today. When I finished medical school, we don't have COVID, all right? We don't have other diseases, SARS and other new developments. We don't even have CT scan in our center, talk less of MRI. So all these are recent developments. And how do we then key into it? We must continue in learning and to deeply improve on our competencies and specific knowledge so that we'll be able to practice well. What are these postgraduate medical education? I just list them so that as we discuss, we'll be able to pick them one by one and see where we are in Taraba and see what are the challenges and the ways forward. The first is pre-registration vocational, which is compulsory. This housemanship thing. It's a form of postgraduate what? Medical education. Why are we in Taraba? We'll look at it later. Then the formal professional training in specialized areas, which we call fellowships. Then we have subspecialty training, which comes after fellowship. And then we have other forms of training in academics, which are masters, PhDs in basic health sciences in the academic areas. So, postgraduate medical education, as we can see, is something that we need to do to improve our practices. What are the purposes of postgraduate medical education? We say number one, improve the health of all people and develop new knowledge and innovations for high-level medical practice. That's the purpose of postgraduate, to improve what? Knowledge and innovations for high-level competence practice. Number two is to obtain skills for high-quality multidisciplinary research and experimentations needed to make groundbreaking discoveries in various specialist and subspecialist areas. Without postgraduate training, we cannot venture into this. And therefore, we in Taraba State need to see how do we go about, to see how we can improve our skills and even go into researches in the area of diseases that surround us to provide solutions to them. Now, what is this postgraduate medical education? Postgraduate medical education includes both theoretical education and intense clinical and practical training. What is it? It's not like you are going into a lecture room, somebody will just lecture you, and you go home and go and come and take exams. No. It's a theoretical education, yes, but there's intense clinical and practical training. Now, this is a long time continuum of training, which includes what we are doing today. When we do training, we continue to sub-train so that we can improve our knowledge. Number one is residency training. which all of us know, that for you to specialize in an area, you need to undergo a residency training. The common one that we do for everybody is continuing medical education and continuing professional development. Every year, as you know, as a doctor, for you to be renewed to practice, you must have at least certain level of what? Continuing medical education points. This is a form of postgraduate training, but it's not appointable for any position. It's only necessary for our what? Renewal of practice. Now, how did this come about? We always feel that these things can come when we are ready. But postgraduate medical education was initiated by who? One man, his thoughts. And that opened doors for us today that we have various means of specializing. This started erratically by one professor called W. Osler, who recognized the need for continuing medicine education at a lecture he delivered to graduating students at McGill University far back in 1905. He recognized certain things, that it is not a medical course. Most of us feel that postgraduate medical education is like you are going into a course in the university. No, it's not a medical course, not a graduate or college university course. It is a lifelong course. You can't stop learning. Learning continues until you enter the grade. So he believes that if we go into postgraduate training, there will be no ends to it. You start, you specialize, you are a fellow, they will tell you there's a small area that you still need to specialize, and you continue, and you continue, and you continue. So it's a lifelong course, because disease is a moving target, or that what we know when we graduate from medical school is not enough. In the UK, they started it in 1956 with an act which now enshrined the compulsory 1-year housemanship before you practice and license as a doctor. And from there are progressions. From there, if you want to specialize, you come in as a senior house officer. From senior house officer, you go and become a registrar after passing a level of exam. And after passing another level of exam, you go as a senior registrar. And after that, you now pass another exam and become a fellow, which is appointable as consultant. In Nigeria, let's see how we have fared in the medical field. Medical education in Nigeria began at the pre-colonial period, around 1947, when there were some trainings and is coordinated in London. It was not until in 1952 when the University of Ibadan started training doctors under a special relationship with the University of London. So, when others are already doing specialized training, we are yet to even start the normal undergraduate training. So the gap between us and the West is enormous. And if you come to Nigeria, the gap between the Southwest and the North is enormous. And even if you come to the North, Taraba versus other place, there will be a huge difference. Now, in Nigeria, therefore, we only started preliminary studies in postgraduate medicine in 1973, while they conducted the first primary exam in November in obstetrics and gynecology. In 1974, surgery and pediatrics joined, and it's only at primary level. Now, when we recognize that we need to do something about postgraduate training in Nigeria, that we cannot afford to always send people abroad to specialize. An edict or a decree was formulated in 1979 by Obasanjo to establish the National Postgraduate Medical School. Now, that medical school was initially having 13 faculties with faculty board and board of examiners. They have Senate of the college to supervise the academic program, and they have governing board to oversee the financial and administrative management policies. However, it was established in 1979, but it was only signed into law 5 years later by Alhaji Shehu Shagari in February 1974. So we are quick at starting things, but our wheel, the grinding wheel to implement, is always very, very what? Slow. What is there in signing a decree? These are the things we want, these are the things to be done, but the political will is slow. We will see reasons why we are discussing this. Now, what are the benefits of postgraduate medical education? The benefits are enormous. I just outlined some few. Provision of high quality healthcare services to the citizenry. You all know that me as a gynecologist cannot be able to remove cataract, Dr. Ava. Is it not so? So if I'm only practicing my own profession, I'm limited in what? In capacity to provide quality care for the citizenry. But as more specialists as possible we have in our environment, the quality of care they will obtain is very, very enormous. Number two, it reduces costs. If we have specialists that can make accurate diagnosis and provide solutions to our ailment, it brings the cure cheaper than you being diagnosed, you continue taking medicine, the thing is not resolving, you go round and round and round, and yet you are spending. So the more specialists we have that know what they are doing, the better for us spending our money on healthcare. There's decreased risk associated with referral of patients. Actually, even in cost. If we can solve your problem in Jalingo, do you need to go to Abuja? The cost you incur traveling to Abuja, the accommodation and other things you will do in Abuja will double the cost of treatment, if not triple. The risks of referral from transportation, you can't predict accident, especially in this situation that we are having a lot of security challenges. The risks of transportation and travels are very enormous. We should also know that some patients are not good enough to be transferred. By the time you put them on road, because you don't have the specialists to render the services to them, you are also putting them at risk of dying even before reaching what? Their destinations. So it will decrease the risk associated with referrals. Training and making available specialists that will engage in training medical students and other paramedics. This is a huge benefit. I was looking at it from the perspective that in every state now there's a medical school. In Taraba, we have started a medical school in Wukari. Okay? Where are the manpowers that we can take there? Most people can only be independent if you can provide your own manpower. Will this brain drain now? Are people moving from areas of less hazard, of high hazard, to the areas of less hazard? If you tell somebody to come to the Northeast, it will be difficult to get our manpowers in the proper place, while the pay and the security situations are enormous. It will also help us to have provision of high-tech equipment and supplies. Anytime you are going to embark on postgraduate training, there are minimal requirements, both in terms of equipment, in terms of infrastructure, and in terms of manpower. Therefore, having a postgraduate medical training in Taraba will help us to have high-tech equipment. For instance, before, FMC just got a consultant ENT. If we want to just test whether you are hearing very well or not, you have to travel outside this state. Okay? But we have an equipment which was lying outside. Nobody knows how to use it. All right? Until somebody else came and picked it and said, this is very important. So equipments, not necessarily big ones, but necessary for training, are very essential, and the supplies. This will help us to equip our facilities for care and also for training. The benefit also is that we can retain our manpower and even get free hands. All right? If you start training, you will have people applying to come and train in your facility. For now, in Taraba, I'm very grateful that both the state and the Federal Medical Center have been sending people out for training. That is with a negative effect. We don't have enough number, and we are sending them away for training. Assuming we can have this kind of training in our environments, those who are sending out will be what? On ground. And others will be added, those that want to come and train. And we have what? Retention of our manpower. And we will even have free ones that will come at the detriment, just like we are paying salary of those that are going to train elsewhere. Other people will pay salary for other people to come and train here, and we get free manpower. So, the benefits are uncountable, but this does not go without challenges. The number one challenge is Taraba, our location. We have a very difficult terrain. And our roads. However, hope is not lost. Overland has come to our aid. Overland has come to our aid. But in order to travel by road, either towards Ukari, or towards Ruma, or Zing, or Gembu, you know that our roads are not too good. The security issues are a challenge to us as a state. We also know that our security situation may not be as worse as other places, but we have them. So, other important aspect that serve as a challenge for Taraba State is low internally generated revenue. And Igbo man says, better soup na what kill am? Now money. Okay. Better soup na money kill am. So, if we look at residency training, it's not without cost. In fact, the cost of residency training is enormous. And we will look at it and see what happens. So, lack of money to have the desired equipment, shortage of manpower, especially in the health sector, is a very huge challenge. It has been reported that in Nigeria, as of 30th June this year, the total number of doctors we have in Nigeria is only what? 50,100. In Taraba, we have shortage of both quality and quantity. Let's look at this. This is the number of doctors in Nigeria as of 2019. You look at it, Lagos alone has 2,621. All right, the highest. Let's come towards our own area. Let's see from Adamawa down. Adamawa, we have 147. Total doctors, it's not specialists. Adamawa, we have 147. We can see Kebi, 144. Zamfara, 137. Yobe, 133. Jigawa, 131. Taraba, I've decided to put it in red. So that we can all see that is one of our challenge. In quantity, this is quantity. As of 2019, we have only 86 doctors. This is record. You have seen the reference there. Let's look at quality. The whole of Taraba State, we have 37 consultants, both state and FMC. 37, all in all. Gynecologists, 8, radiologists, 4, ENT, 1, ophthalmology, 2, anesthesia, 2, pediatrics, 2, internal medicine, 2, general surgery, 1. Huh? It's only Dr. Apasa. All right? Good. Orthopedic, 3. Psychiatric, I learned 1, and it's not even in the state hospital. I think it's in Gembu. All right? Family medicine, 5. Community medicine, 4. Pathology, 2. For us to think of postgraduate training, therefore, we have a very huge challenge because the quality of those that will even do the training are not available. So, let's look at FMC Jalingo. It's encouraging that between 2019 and 2022, FMC has knocked off the 86 alone. In FMC now, these are the total number of doctors we have, 132. I believe state will have about 80 or so. So we'll be taking off, I don't know, the pamphlet is here. I don't know, but if state should add up to it, at least there has been an improvement. So, despite what we have painted, postgraduate medical education in Taraba State is not impossible because even private hospitals do training. Then, what more of state and its resources? So, way forward, how do you go about this thing? Political will. I'm happy that my chairman of the occasion have dwelled very well on the significance of politics in whatsoever we do. If you have somebody at the helm of affairs that knows what to do, it is doable. The FMC example I want to paint is that just within 2 years, the management of the Federal Medical Center is able to initiate 2 giant steps. First and foremost, we are able to increase the uptake of house officers from the rudimentary of 12 to now 24, double number. We are looking at that as part of postgraduate training, and the state should look into issues so that we can have our own children that finish from medical school to start residency training in the state specialist hospital because it's doable. Number 2 is commitment. Because of the shared commitment of the management of FMC, headed by the chief medical director, we are able to start the process of residency training in obstetrics and gynecology, and it has been approved. Now, we can boldly say that we can do residency training in O&G, and we are asked that we can employ up to 18 extra residents if they are available. What are these other commitments? putting your money where your mouth is. Assuming the equipment, small equipment, and the small renovations were not done, the accreditation team would have flowed us down. But when they brought all the list of those things, we share commitment and doggedness, those things are provided. I believe if we are interested to start postgraduate training in Taraba, it's doable. What we need is collaboration. One institution cannot do it alone. We need to collaborate. Our areas of strength, we bind them together so that we become more stronger. We also rely on other external forces, like visiting consultants. I appreciate MD for allowing almost every month 12 visiting consultants come to FMC Jalingo to offer specialized care. We also have other consultants from the state specialists. We need to collaborate with them so that we can carry each other along. If the state specialist is interested in residency training, we'll also be there to carry ourselves along. Now, we need to talk about something small, increase in budget for health. For us in FMC, we can't do anything about our own. Whatsoever we submit to them is what they will cut and give us. But the state has the power to budget and know exactly that their own health facilities will require more money to do what? Improve on human resources. To employ so that we can make up the quantity that we need. Because even if we start residency training and there are no quantity, the vacuums will still be there and filled. To improve on infrastructure, just to make some renovations and bring up equipment, we need money. Thank you. I think I don't need to take much time, but residency training in Taraba is doable if there's political commitment and good budget allocation for health sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Batson. Thank you so much. Another big round of applause for him for the wonderful presentation. He has proven himself to be a tutor. I hope we've learned so much from what he has presented. I will ask him to stay back while I will invite the person representing the chief, the guest of this occasion, the Commissioner of Health, Taraba State, who is also representing the executive governor in this occasion, to kindly come forward for an award presentation to our keynote speaker.
Okay. Thank you very much. I will invite the special guest of honor to come and present this award to my teacher.
Dr. Wanoi Kwara, the CMAC of Federal Medical Center, Jalingo. I have listened together with other people in this hall keenly to your presentation, and you have explained the problems and challenges of postgraduate medical training in Nigeria. It was indeed in-depth research into the postgraduate training because you have touched most of the key areas. Therefore, on behalf of the Nigerian Medical Association, the Taraba State Branch, we present this gift wholeheartedly to you for your contribution to knowledge in the areas of postgraduate medical training in Nigeria. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right. Without wasting much time, we'll be taking the next presentation from enemy past VP1 enemy national, Dr. Kenneth Tejo. Are you ready? I think for the citation, I want to beg that we'll allow Dr. Kenneth to say one or two things about himself. I think he'll say it better. So, you're welcome.
Can you imagine? This is politics. Yes. Well, I really don't know where to start, but I must, first of all, thank the chairman of NME, who is the #1 doctor in Taraba State as of today, for putting this event together. And our special guest, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Taraba State, represented by our leader and the Honorable Commissioner of Health, whom I also always call my boss, and he's still my boss and will continue to be my boss, Dr. Innocent I. Vakai, the chairman of the occasion. He has many titles that I call him with, and some of the titles he doesn't know them. And I'm not sure, because I'm not ready to say some of the titles that I usually refer him to. I hope one day he will hear them through somebody. But he's been at the beginning a silent mentor until it becomes over and clear that he is one person that most of us have looked onto. I've worked closely with him, and some people wonder how I do it. And I told them that you must be like him to know him. Otherwise, you will always assume that he is not a good man. But once you come close, you will appreciate how good is this individual, Dr. Dore de Somatakum. Sir, your contribution in our lives cannot be quantified, and we are still benefiting from it till today. So we are very grateful. A lot of elders that are here, I may not have time to mention all of them, but I must specifically thank my Permanent Secretary, the Executive Secretary of Health Services Management Board, all of whom, and then Dr. Ambita, the board chairman. They have always been a great inspiration. And we are grateful to God that you are still alive and you are still leading us. The two chief medical directors who are changing the face of services, medical services in Taraba State, we are very blessed you are here. We hope when we leave, I will tell you what you will become after my presentation. So it all started, it all started. So gentlemen, I don't know why they chose me to present this thing. I think there are more qualified doctors, even if it is politics, that can do this, especially in Taraba State. So it's a very difficult responsibility. And apart from being difficult, it is not the type that they start from the pathogenesis, epidemiology, down to clinical features. You go down to history taking, you do whatever stage by stage till you evaluate the patient, and then you send for lab, they bring the result, and you start jacketing, and then you give the medication. So even the presentation will not be on that forward because it's a different area. So you have to permit me. So we'll go through this briefly. It's going to be interactive, and I want you to open your mind. This is not clinical session. Please. So let me draw your attention. This topic, involvement of medical doctors in politics, partisan politics is, as I said, let's see what we'll get at the end of it. No, but when we say involved, what does it mean? The fact or contribution of being involved, it's all about the key thing there, involvement, participation. It could be emotional or personal association, and could be connection, collaboration, collusion, or connivance, or attachment. These are all words that are associated with what? Involvement. And if you collude, you know what it means, isn't it? If you are connected to something, you know what it means. You are involved in it, isn't it? So this is very important. And what does the qualified medical practitioner mean? Could be a physician, a person who holds a doctorate degree, can also be referred to as a doctor, isn't it? And those that have, earn highest academic degree are also conferred by universities with doctorate degree as well. And a skilled person or specializing in the act of healing, sometimes they refer them also as doctors, dentists, veterinarians, they also have that act, so they are also called doctors. And restore, repair, and fine-tune things are also, you go to a roadside and you see somebody fixing a radio set or a television set who has not gone to school. It happens in Nigeria mostly. And you see they do it very well. Now that people call them doctors of that, so it all depends. This is referred to as science of or act of governance. I want you to pay attention to this because this is where we drive the main thing. So the art or science concerned with guiding on influencing governmental policies. Can a doctor be involved in this? Are we usually involved? Are we involved in running and holding control over government? If we are not involved, it means other people are doing it. And political activities characterized by artful and often dishonest practice. Is it why doctors are running away from it? The total complex relationship between people living in the society. Of course, living in the society is very complex. It's not straightforward. There are no two people that are the same. So is their behavior or their characters. So this is very, very important. We have a link. Now, I would like to ask this question, and I have seen Dr. Ambita. Is he still here? He has gone out. All right, so let me call Dr. Apake to tell me yes or no in this situation. My permanent secretary, sir. Do you need to join politics, partisan politics? Yes or no? I know there are explanations.
Is it me or in particular or we? Yes, we need to join politics. Yes, we need to join politics.
Thank you. You say we need to join. And I want to take the opinion of a younger colleague. Can I have somebody, a very younger colleague, to answer this yes or no? I'm taking from the highest because we have traveled around to the top. But I want to answer one person. We have House Officer. So somebody less than 5 years in practice? Do you have anybody less than 5 years? Yes. Do you think we should?
Yes, I think we should, because there are many things in the health that are going on in the health that if we are there, we can correct it. We can do better. We can restore the station of health in Nigeria. So if we are there as doctors, I think we will improve the health, the conditions in Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Okay. All of us join politics. Who will do the work? All right. So I will take that for a no. All right. For some of us, Dr. Wene has just finished presenting a very key important component of medical practice if we want to deliver very good services. For me, somehow after the I went to do postgraduate diploma in management. After that, I did my master's in business admin, and I get registered as a fellow Nigerian Institute of Management. Then along the line, MPH Health System Management to put it together. But somebody will wonder why people are taking different parts. Even in the postgraduate medical college training, there are so many parts there. So many parts. So this question is still dynamic. People will say yes and they will give you answers. Some will say no, just like he just alluded, how we do the clinical work. But the doctor actually do a very good thing. This is another thing. So but what is our main job that is distracting us from really becoming or participating in partisan politics? But and the view of the public about us, what is our main job? To diagnose and treat injuries and illnesses, address health maintenance, examine patients, so what did Dr. Abdul Kalam say? He said you cannot change your future, but you can change your habits, and surely your habit will change your future. So that means you still, if you have this perception that you cannot change your future, but there is something you need to do about your habits, that most likely at the end, the destination that you will have might change. And what does politicians do that we think that we cannot do? The main job or requirement of becoming a politician, they propose, they support, they reject or create laws that govern the land and by extension its people. Are we left out of this important job? Are we not part of the people? Are we not part of the citizens? Influence public opinion through interactions. Does that mean a doctor does not have the capacity to influence opinion? I'm very sure if I hand this microphone to Sumata, it will take him more than 1 hour to convince us that we can do, even on our consulting table. To build a relationship with constituent and advocate for certain core benefits that they plan to uphold through their decision making. Campaign, does that mean we cannot campaign, we cannot give speeches, we cannot do all these things? Is it why we are running away from? These are just what is expected of a politician to do. And back to the main thing. If you want to participate in partisan politics, then your name will change to a politician, isn't it? If your name changes to a politician, as some people are calling us now, I find it difficult. But someone who holds government office or finds other ways to influence laws and public policy. Does that mean we're doing towards this role in the system? I will keep asking this question because until we get to know that influencing the laws and policies in this our country will help a lot to change even the faces of medical practice. Recently, we are running helter-skelter. There is a bill to change the nomenclature of the headship of federal government and tertiary health institutions, isn't it? And we are running helter-skelter. And it appears, and I tell you, it appears, if we are not careful, we will lose that position and hand over the system into trouble. It's just like somebody is arguing whether a pilot should fly the aircraft or the air hostess should take over and be in the cockpit. This is what is happening in this country now. And it's politics. And in politics, black can truly be white. Truly be white, and it will be accepted. So this is very key. Now, this can be, if you want to play the politics, you can play it at local level, you can play it at national level, and you can have influence over bureaucratic process and then so many decisions that government takes. So we are now running helter-skelter. What does this man say about the politician? H.L. Mencken, what does he say about politicians? Is that why a physician is running away from politics? He says a good politician is quite as unthinkable as an honest burglar. Yes, that's his own disposition to politicians. And truly, if you run through the process, you may believe that he's right. I'm sure this quotation comes from experience. He must have experienced something, and he made this quotation. And at this point, I will say I'm not talking about physicians, but other professionals. Let's view this topic from all angles. Whether you are a nurse, you are a veterinary doctor, whether you are a laboratory scientist, this applies. This is how he viewed it. So if you have somebody that believes that a politician, this is a description of a politician, and if it is true, certainly I will not join politics. Am I right? And I'm sure most of us will not join politics. If truly this is how best you can describe a politician. Now, there are criteria if you want to become a politician. Please look up. This is very key for everybody. It does not start overnight, and you will not succeed at once. So how do you become a politician in this country? Most likely in most countries that the process may be the same. You have to obtain a political franchise. I'm sure most of us know what is franchise. It's just like a person who has the authority in a company that you can stand for that, and it does not come overnight. Well, I don't know how many people have voters card here. Can I see their hands? You truly have voter cards? Wow. 2023, here we come. All right, so you have to join a political party. Even as civil servants, you can decide which party to join and keep your card somewhere and participate carefully. I use the word carefully. All right, so you identify yourself with your words. What is the smallest political entity where you come from? If you are from Taraba and you are from Jalingo, which word do you burn? Jalingo have 10 words. Simply A, simply B, Turaki A, Turaki B, and Co. So you must identify, go back to your roots. If you are from Takum, if you are from Karim, if you are from Donga, go back and know your word. Some of the doctors that are from Donga, you will ask them the name of their ward chairman, they don't know. Know the secretary of the ward of your ward. Then how can you participate? Is it when you retire, you start asking about the headquarters of your local government, your ward? You don't know even the headquarters of your ward. So you need to participate from that level. Get a political mentor, very, very good. It's an act. So if it's an act, there must be a mentee and a mentor, isn't it? Somebody must teach you the nitty-gritty. One of our colleagues contested election every 11 o'clock. You will call me from Kebbi State. Every 11 o'clock we will discuss. 11 p.m. That's the time he calls and we have a long discussion. And he will ask a lot of things and we will agree on what he will do. So when he attended the meeting and the SSG of Kebbi State was at the meeting, and they found out that he understood how this thing worked. And the SSG was like, who told you this thing? You just started. Who told you? And behold, he won. So you must get a mentor. You must volunteer for party activities. You want people who want to have a meeting. What stops you from bringing 1,000 naira and buy sachet water for them? just to drink during the meeting. So small activities that you do, they recognize it and they will appreciate it. So you must participate in the activity. Attend the meeting, even if you don't have anything to say. Just listen to, there is no agenda in political meeting. There is no agenda. There is no agenda at all. So be involved in society and community development. When they are doing things within the environment, you don't contribute, you don't show attention, they come and ask you, even they sent by default, every physician in a community is a political leader. Or let me say, is a leader. In those days, I'm sure our elders will remember, during the colonial time, in the GRA houses the doctor, the chief law officer, and the security heads. These three group of people are the ones that usually they have houses at the GRA. Am I right, sir? Yes, like in Ukari, when I went, the quarters there, where the PMO stays, where the DPO, the head of the security, lives, and then the head of the court. Those three people, this is where you live. So you are automatically a leader. So they will come to you and ask for one or two things, even your opinion, and you don't show interest. So if you want to be, you have to. Now, we have answered this question, and it's very important I keep bringing it up, because at the end of this discussion, I will want you to take a position. Is politics meant for everyone? Is it meant for everyone? Is it meant for everyone? Yes, no. Yes. Because I don't see if anybody is not playing politics. Everybody plays politics. At every level, there is politics. Between you and your children and your wife, if you don't play politics, your marriage will collapse. It will collapse sometimes. Two of us, everyone play politics. Even when you go to buy shoe or shirt in the shop, you play some politics there. Politics is played at all levels. So everybody is playing politics. But we are talking about partisan politics. Should everyone join? A senior colleague said, no, some people must remain in the hospital and provide clinical service. I don't know. Does qualification matter in Nigerian politics? We do. We do to certain extent, since the law of the land have a minimum qualification for you to contest. So unfortunately for Nigeria, it's as low as GCE. As low as GCE, you can become the president of Nigeria. Attempted GCE. Well, there has been question about some, even right now, some presidential candidates' qualification are in question. No problems, everything. Some of them are even challenged to show their classmates. So it's a big issue. But the point we are saying here is, if you have to make laws, if you have to take decisions that has to do with policies that influence the citizen, there should be minimum qualification. Otherwise, how do you make law? Somebody who has not gone to school can make law? I doubt. So who is to join politics? When are you supposed to join? Is it when you are retiring that you join? Is it when we just mentioned the criteria? Is it when you are a civil servant and just like my permanent secretary, maybe in the next 2, 3, 4 years, 5 years, he will retire? Until he retires before he joins? At what point? This is the question. But I think there is nothing that you want to start in this life that time does not matter. Time matters in everything. The earlier you start, the better for you. The earlier you start participating at the world level activities, local government level activities, and state level activities, the better for you. Somebody who starts, if you are to go to roadblock, all of us here, and you wake up in the morning, somebody leaves at 7 o'clock, somebody leave here at 8, some will leave at 8:30. Who will arrive early? They are going on foot. Who will arrive early? The person that started on time, isn't it? Aha, so start early, where we have mentioned the points. There are practitioners that are practicing in Taraba State, but they are from other states. You have to determine where you want to play your politics. You can play your politics in Taraba, but if you decide to play back home, you must start early too. And how? These are some of the things we discuss. And why? And we have justified why we should. Look over here. Look at what this man says. Can you imagine this man? He said, politicians are the same all over. I don't know whether it is true. They promise to build a bridge even where there is no river. Or when they say good window, they say you look at the window, but you don't hear. So this is his perception. Is it true? Might not be true. Might not be totally true. But I tell you, this statement must have come out of experience. He must have experienced a terrible situation. And he concluded that maybe politician A, B, C, and I tell you, I am almost at the same page with this man as of now, as I stand. Yes. If I have a chance, I will make this quotation and remove his name and put my name. Because I'm almost concurring with him. But it is not as bad as that. The reason why somebody may make this statement is because most likely he has been dealing with uneducated politicians. Most likely. But even educated one in Nigeria, you will find some of these things apply. There will be no time to discuss experiences. So I brought this just for some of you that are apolitical, so that you will just grab this one. If you want to be House of Assembly member or House of Reps, just the age that you need is 25. In case you don't know, this is what is obtainable. At 30 years, you can contest for governorship. And 35 years, in fact, this is the ticket to contest all positions in Nigeria, 35 years. How many people are less than 35 here? So we are all qualified, I guess. Now, this is the main thing as I round up. The problems of politics in Nigeria that affect us, the challenges. Please note that this list is not exhaustible. There are more. But I will want you to agree with me whether low or declining capacity of political leaders are one challenges. Is it true? What I mean by the quality of leaders that we have over time and the mistrust and lack of delivery of democracy makes some people not to take interest in politics. True or false? Along the line of politics. For a physician who is well trained, he finds corruption irritable. Very irritable. But if you start, you'll find out that it's a big challenge. Godfatherism. People like you because you have been good to them. You have supported them at the world level and everything. People like you because they see a lot of potentials in you. And they want you to be their political leader. They want to elect you. But the Godfather is sitting down somewhere. He says, no, I don't know you. You are not loyal. So it's a big problem. One of the experience of a colleague who is a consultant who ventured into politics, he just realized that the member House of Assembly of his local government who has gone 4 times, somebody who only have first school living certificate. That's all. He hardly speak English because he don't know how to speak English. And he's the godfather of the local government. So whatever you want to become chairman or anything, you have to come and bow down and take blessing. So here are you, a consultant with a very good specialty. What happens?
You will do what?
You bow the knee.
You will bow to him.
So I think it's a big challenge. It's a big challenge. Tribalism, of course, I don't need to explain how it's a big challenge. Political inactivity of our youth and our elites. Of course, we form part of the elite. Unethical media practice, brown envelope journalism. Some journalists, when they pay one headline for you and include your name there. Just recently, what happened to Hockey? For those that followed news yesterday, news has gone out that he has pulled all PDP logos in his office, which is not true. They have said that he has taken Atiku to court, and he said it's a fake news. So you can see who has been sponsored, and a reputable print media carried that news. You can see, so brown envelope journalism is a big challenge in politics. Time consumption. As a clinician, you don't have time, isn't it? Morning, afternoon, and night, you are what? Busy, isn't it? Somebody said busy. It's a big challenge. You won't have time for politics. Resources. You have money? No money, no politics. Take it or leave it. No matter how good you are or perceived to be, you can't even start. You can't call people for meeting today, they come. No drinking water, no transport money. You call them tomorrow, they come. No, you call them next tomorrow, that hall will be empty. They will not come. Negative perception about politics. We have just explained some of them, isn't it? It's a big challenge. Some see it as violent. Of course, sometimes you can see what happened during the primary elections. Some of us have passed through it. We know what it means. You have to have a special budget for your own personal security. Special budget. Otherwise, somebody will just slap you there, as big as you are. We just slap you. I'm telling you, you think you're a doctor. They will slap you. And you can't do anything. Or they will push you and pull your clothes. Can be violent. It's murky. So that's the perception that we have, and then people are running away from it, particularly physicians. Our training mentality, is it a big challenge? Sir, is it a big challenge? Our training mentality, you are trained as a physician, as a man with decorum, a man with what? Everything. Our mentality of training honestly affects us a lot. It's a big challenge. Uncertainty. If I contest, will I win? Just like some of us did. I did not get the primaries. That's how I call it. I've not lost. If you ask me, I didn't get the primaries. I did not lose. So, but that uncertainty prevents a lot of people from taking the step. True or false? Work schedules. You have decided you want to be a politician, but the work schedule is much. It's a big challenge. Lack of self-confidence. Lack of support from medical leaders and enemy. True or false? It's not false, though. What I say is a big challenge. Sometimes you want to take a step and you have a superior and you go and share your idea with him. And you find out that he is the type that did not buy, the type that perceive politics as what? Politicians are as good as what? Or he perceives politicians are, and then he begins to discourage you. And he will not even allow you to. If you are honest, you attended a political party and then you didn't present yourself at work. And you told your boss that, sir, I was in a meeting with the PDP chairman or APC chairman or Abga chairman. You say, what did you, why, is that why you will not come to work? Even when you want to take the permission officially and go, you tell me, yeah, so you want to. So our leaders and our elders need to support. We have to find a way around it. Enemy, too, as an association, we can find a way. If you know what other associations are doing to their members and encourage them to participate in. Thank God, enemy have started taking some steps. I'm happy enemy Taraba today too. Do you know why I brought this? These are just lists, which is not exhaustible, of doctors that have been into politics. plenty of them. There are plenty people that have not written their names. Some are governors, former governors. You've seen them. All these are former governors. So, yeah. Dr. Apollo Banigo, she is the current deputy governor of Rivers State. Rivers State. And Habiba Sabwa of Kaduna State right now. Two of them are deputy governors. And I tell you, there are former deputy governors too that are ladies. About two of them, that of Akwa Ibom. I think, what's her name? I can't remember, but there was a deputy governor there. And then former deputy governor to Fashola. She's a lady too. She's our colleague. Isn't it? And this is to tell you that even ladies, female medical doctors can excel. But the truth of the matter that I want to say about the whole of this list, if you check their biography, you'll find out that they've started somewhere. Some of them chose civil service and they have been doing good and delivering, and then they became commissioners, they become advisors, they became House of Assembly members, then they become governors. There will be evidence of participation. You cannot just be overnight. And that is why I see some of our leaders here. One day, certainly a governor will emerge among us, because I have seen how we are participating. And so these are all legislators. Right now, we have only three in the National Assembly. Senator Olorobe, Dr. Tanko Sunono, and Michelle, and then Kakali. No, four of them. Only four. Lawyers, you cannot count them. I don't want to talk about them because they are high up there. Back here at home, we have some successful ones. Alfred Kubeba, our own Dr. Philip Joy, Dr. Jubere, Dr. Dao Jedwa. We have only one member now in the House of Assembly. Only one. Dr. Innocent Vakai, Addison, Dr. Badina Garba and Co. They are all part of. But let me say this, sir. If you want to compare the participation of doctors and lawyers, currently the lawyers have 6 serving governors. I don't want to go backward. 6 serving governors. That of Plateau, Lalong, that of Sokoto, Tambuwal, that of Rivers, Wike, that of Cross River, Ben Ayadi, that of Bauchi, Bala Mohammed, and who again did I leave out? They're all lawyers, governors serving, and we have only one. I don't want to talk of legislators. I don't want to talk of those that are even ministers that are lawyers. Plus, if you want to cap it all, they have the vice president, Yemi of Sibojo. The speaker of the house today is a lawyer, Femi Gbajabiamila. You go outside, the likes of Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, Lincoln, they're all lawyers. Margaret Thatcher, they are all lawyers, if you don't know. And another great man, Putin, Vladimir Putin of Russia, is also a lawyer. He's a lawyer. He studied law at the University of Leningrad. Do you understand? They are all lawyers. You cannot compare how best lawyers have performed in politics. And you and I know, if it is the book, we cannot compare our workload with them. And that is why even our entry point at the civil service is higher than their own. So what are we saying? We can also do it. They are not trained as political scientists. So what is happening to us? That is the question. So way forward, develop stamina. You must be optimistic. You must have self-confidence. Brinkmanship, brinkmanship is an art of knowing where to stop. You take a dangerous thing you want to push and you get to this dangerous point. If you don't know where to end it, it's left for you. So, and then time, ability to take the risks, enemy must get involved, and then enemy must get involved. If you put side by side this, what I mentioned as challenges, you must put them side by side. Then you now know what to do. If it is lack of confidence, you must get confidence. If it is a negative perception, you have to take it away if you want to succeed. If it is corruption, you have to do away with it. You can. Godfatherism, tribalism, please let's shun away all those things if we want to make progress. Is that okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the end. This man is a physician, he's a pathologist. What did he say? I'm sure most of you are conversant with this man. This is what he found out. He's a famous German pathologist as far back as 1848. How many years now? It's a long time ago. He has made this observation that medicine and politics are both social sciences because they are what? Involved in socio-economic goods and advancement of man and society. If this assumption was made by a physician as far back as 1847, what went wrong? That we are not in charge. Something went wrong, I'm sure. He has actually presented his result for investigation he has carried out to the then government. I can't remember the name of the settlement, but it is now Poland, where he made a clear relationship between the outbreak of a disease and lack of government policy that brought about the etiology of that disease. So you can see the linkage between. So if up in short, science and medicine have relationship, why are we backward? And let me tell you that as far back as 1979, Ambrose Ali, the late Professor Ambrose Ali of the then Bendel State, was a governor. As far back as 1973, he was a physician. But I'm sure there is a... So in conclusion, there are many politicians in Nigeria who are doctors, as we have seen, isn't it? And you too can be one among them. Remember, no office is too small to be contested for. If you run for a small office and win, you will be recognized over time and probably become great. There is no small office. If you think you are a physician and councillorship is small, or chairmanship is small, the point we are saying is not small. You start somewhere. So challenges are meant to be overcome and often serves as inspiration. I will leave you with this last quote by Martin Luther King Jr. Not his famous quote that we know, but he said there comes a time when one must take a position that is neither safe, nor politic, nor popular, but he must take it because conscience tells him it is what? Thank you very much.
Stay back. You know, politicians, when you give them the right to speak, they forget about the precaution they say take break. So they don't apply break. So we have to remind him. And you remember when I invited him to the stage, I said he should give us a little thing about himself as a citation. But because politics is full of loyalty, he ended up praising his mentors. But we forgive him for that. On this note, permit me to invite enemy chairman again to come forward and invite the chairman of the occasion to join in on the stage for an hour presentation.
The chairman of the occasion, sir, please, can you come and present this award to the guest speaker?
The high table, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Tijol has already demonstrated where he belongs. But let me say that he is not fully there yet. But he has demonstrated the desire to motivate all of us to see beyond solitary medical practice so that we can all be part of the decision making, which invariably may influence the outcome of our activities as physicians. And this award actually is given to you by NMA Taraba State in appreciation for your distinguished service to humanity. And it's my pleasure to hand over this flag to you, having served as guest speaker in the 2022 AGM and Scientific Conference. Thank you very much.
Okay, good. We are running short of time. So let me just round up this topic with one life scenario. We all remember one of the great politicians in Taraba State, late Dr. Abdulmumin Ibaki, who was the PDP chairman. There was a time that one of our superior colleagues developed the interest of going into politics. So that our superior colleague was more like his personal physician. He's the one that sees him, gives him medical care, and so on. So he approached him and said, "Sir, I want to contest for member House of Reps." He said, "Doctor, this is a great thing. I'm so happy that you are coming in. Just go and buy your form. The people will know that you are my doctor, so you don't even need to campaign. You are going to win." So he gladly left, went and bought his form, contested. Behold, at the end of it, he did not win. He failed. So he came back to him and said, "Oga," he did not say he failed. He said, "They failed me. They said I did not win, so I failed." He looked at him, he said, "Doctor, I'm sorry. They did not give you the right information." Now I say, "What are you talking about? What is the right information?" He said, "They should have told you that you are a great doctor with skills and experience, but in the line of politics, you have just entered the middle class, not even necessary." So what am I saying? If we are going to go into politics, let's frame our mind and assume that we are lying down on the floor with the hope of trying to get up, so that when we don't win, we just feel after all we are lying down. That will be something that will give us some courage. Thank you. We are going to take some few goodwill messages because we are running out of time. I'll give them one minute. 1 minute for each. So I invite Ben Musa Pantisawa, State Superintendent, Nigerian Immigration Services, for immediate goodwill message, sir.
So I'm representing my controller. He asked me to come and attend this lecture or conference. In fact, I really appreciate your efforts with the lectures. So I'll go and communicate to him. Though he said after the lectures, I should write a report. So I thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay. Next on the list is Gilda Wanred Jacob, head of NISAL project, monitoring office, Taraba State.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I want to stand on all existing protocols, like I've been introduced. Gimba Mwanre Dikop. I am not a doctor, but it's a great privilege to be here. And I will describe this as impactful because I've learned a lot, and I'm sure that I'm living here with a lot actually, and we'll all contribute to the development of the society. There is a lot about NERSL, and I won't say much. I have just a minute to do that, but you can visit the office in the central bank. And if you have interest in any agri business, you can be sure that NERSL will be there to take care of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Before we take the next two goodwill messages, we are going to take, we are going to take the address by the special guest of honor, who has so many other engagements somewhere to attend to. Then before we continue with the other goodwill messages. So permit me to invite the guest of honor for an address keynote.
The chairman of today's occasion, annual general meeting of the Nigerian Medical Association 2022, chairman of NMA, permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I am here in my capacity as the Honorable Commissioner of Health, and His Excellency actually came in late because he asked me to represent him. I was trying to convince him to come for the occasion, but due to computing needs of his office, he asked me to represent him this morning in this special occasion. It gives me a great pleasure to be invited first as a special guest of honor to this occasion, and as a representative of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Taraba State, Akita Ishaku. When your official came and brought the official invitation letter to me as a special guest of honor, I told him I'm not a guest. I will accept the honor, but I'm not a guest. I'm a member of the Nigerian Medical Association. So how can a member be a guest in his own arena? So I'm not a guest. His Excellency, last night up to this morning, I was with him, and he has displayed his achievement in the health sector. When he came on board on the 29th of May, 2015, he made the health system full of challenges because previous administration neglected the sector. The immediate former Commissioner of Health can attest to that because there is not a lot of cooperation from successive administration in the health sector. But together with His Excellency, we sat down, look at how we can move the health sector forward in Taraba State. And we discovered that there are three critical areas we need to look at: infrastructural development, human resources for health, and control of epidemics in the state. In terms of infrastructural development, you attest to me that we have carried out massive reconstruction of three major general hospitals, that of Wukari, Gembu, and Bambu, and currently we are carrying out that of Donga. And the era of revitalization of primary healthcare services in order to improve universal health coverage, we have renovated over 160 primary healthcare centers in the state through the Nigerian Social Health Investment Project program with the World Bank support. That has improved the health system in the state. When he came on board, the College of Nursing, which was hitherto closed for close to 10 years as of 2015, due to loss of accreditation, that school was reopened, and we have admitted students, and so have far we have graduated over 4 batches of students from that college. Last year, they withdrew the provisional accreditation, but swiftly we went in again and got re-accreditation for the college, and our students are currently in school. In terms of human resources for health, he had employed a lot of nurses, doctors, medical consultants. When Dr. Wani was presenting, he said we had one psychiatrist, but incidentally, he was in Gembu. He was employed through the Health Service Management Board, through the Executive Secretary, and he was posted to Gembu. Health has no boundary. Wherever you are a human being, any doctor can work there, isn't it? So that is the reason why he is there. Okay? In terms of emerging and re-emerging diseases, as you are aware, COVID-19 came in 2020 after the outbreak in China and spread all over the world and became a pandemic. And that affected the economy of the whole world. That have hindered a lot of our strategy because we have intended to innovate all the hospitals in the state. Because of dwindling resources, we couldn't do that because of poor finances, evident by the crisis caused by COVID-19. We are in the era of emerging diseases. Emerging diseases are diseases that are hitherto not known, but due to advancement in science and technology, they are known because of diagnosis criteria. Now we are talking of monkeypox disease, and a lot of them will be coming. So we should face up the challenges at hand. Let me thank the two guest speakers for their wonderful presentation. Dr. Wanoi has talked about challenges affecting medical education in Nigeria, more especially in Taraba State. It's not, it's a Herculean task to undertake postgraduate training in Nigeria because of several factors, which time will not permit me to answer. While Dr. Kennedy teachers have talked about the importance of doctors to join politics. I personally, this is my personal view, the chairman have said that we are few in number and politics is a game of number, isn't it? So if we are few in number and we stay away from politics and policies, decisions are taken while we are not there, sometimes they will take a decision and say, doctors should no longer be paid salary. That is when you will know that it is important to be where they are taking decisions, okay? Because politics is policy making. The legislators make the laws. The executive implement the laws. So if you are not there, the chairman will understand with me clearly because he was a former member of the State Executive Council. And if you are not a member of the State Executive Council, certain decisions are taken and it will be binding on you. If you don't have a member to defend you, so they will take some serious decisions. You just be going on strikes because nobody to defend you in the State Executive Council. Now we have only one member in the House of Assembly. So if laws are being made against doctors, if the 23 members don't go against him, there's nothing he can do. So please, I encourage you to join politics in whatever capacity. Don't isolate yourself in order to be part of decision making. He enumerated a lot of presidents, world leaders that were lawyers, and they are leading their country. In the United States of America, you cannot be the president of the country if you are not an Ivy League graduate of their institution. Ivy League universities, these are highly rated universities in the United States of America. That is why you see most of their presidents are highly cerebral, okay? Because they went to Ivy League University. So we must also raise the bar. This issue of saying GCE is the minimum qualification of attempted to become a president of Nigeria is obsolete. It was promulgated long time ago when that time GCE has value, but now it has been watered. I think we should move the bar higher. His Excellency asked me to congratulate you for organizing this annual general and scientific conference for 2022. And he asked me to give you a token, at least you take water with it, or soft drink, a sum of 1 million naira to support you in this annual general conference. So thank you and God bless you all. Okay, I was asked that I need to declare the annual general meeting and scientific conference open. On this note, on behalf of His Excellency, I declare that the annual general and scientific conference meeting of the Nigerian Medical Association, Taraba State 2022 is declared open. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the address. Okay. The chairman is going to make some remarks on the papers presented and some flow information. But before that, our attention is drawn to the fact they said rotavirus vaccines are not available, are now available, and they are going to be introduced into the routine immunization schedule of the country starting from 22nd of this month. So take note. Sir, you're welcome.
Thank you, MC. I'm not breaching protocol. The session has been opened already. And having stayed here, listened to everything, you know, we want to update ourselves and be better people. The two papers presented, I have been ruminating, you know, how can we improve postgraduate medical education in Taraba State? You see, and I'm compelled to be one of the actors. I saw myself as failing, having been in the former commissioner of health, and I saw part of it that I did my little. And this brings me to the issue of involvement in politics. You see, if these two good papers haven't been presented and we just close like that, I think we will not be able to achieve some basic things. There are things we need to carry home. Now, in the year 2000, what was on ground? Dr. Madaki, you remember vividly, Dr. Madaki just came back from NYC, and I was the lone doctor. No, it was even before 2000. 1991, 92. Myself and two other doctors plus him from NYC were the three doctors at the specialist hospital. Now, when God promoted me to be commissioner, the issue of FMC for states that didn't have tertiary hospitals came on board, which is why the Honorable Commissioner stated clearly, if you don't have one of your own there, this could be a different thing. The FMC that you see now was to go to some other place. I had to convince Governor Nyame, I was his commissioner for health. I said, sir, if we don't get this and it goes away, we might not get any other thing. We don't have a tertiary health facility. We don't even have a secondary health facility. So, sir, kindly let us be very proactive. He said, what can we do? Finally, I convinced him that we should give this hospital to FMC because I value what health system is. That was the genesis of us getting the FMC in Taraba State. We would have lost it. And he said, all right, please help me check where else can we put a general hospital. If we give this one, I'm sure some of you that were here, there were a lot of public outcry. We had FMC, which is tertiary, no backup secondary. You can see that's why FMC is still battling with managing primary, secondary cases. It's supposed to be a tertiary option. And I handed it over to officials of the Federal Ministry of Health to function as Federal Medical Center. I'm very happy that it is growing. And let me appreciate our assistant, Dr. Aisha. What I said now, I can say it anywhere. I hope some of you know this. You are doing very well. And the point our guest speaker raised, we the senior doctors, we inhibit the potentials of the junior ones. Because she's not the first medical director, and probably she will not be the last. But what has been the trajectory of the medical directors that were there? Did they help to promote the ideals of doctors? Or they were suppressive? Now let me say this. I started relating with FMC on her coming. I was permanent secretary. I tried to get so many things to FMC, but I saw a kind of opposition that you are a medical director here. Where are you serving? Taraba State. A medical director have no business with state government. Let me say today, I did 2 memoranda, value 10 million was given to your hospital. From my table, I just called them and said, please come and take one check of 5 million, another check for 5 million. I didn't ask for 1 dime, and I shouldn't have asked for 1 dime. But what happened thereafter, I don't need to say it here. You can go and find out. So leadership is a very big issue. Madam, I thank God, I want you to lead very well. From all that has been said, the Almighty will help you, but carry everybody along because your time will expire. All those that were there and sold themselves at anything, they are gone. And they have destroyed their relationship with so many people, including those of us who were in government and working for government. You can see FMC now, the tiring of the roads. We have to insist that, Your Excellency, this FMC, we must get the roads tired. That is to consolidate the fact that if you are not within the political arena, you can lose everything. I don't work in FMC, but it's servicing our people. Each time you say this is federal, this is that, I don't want to hear that. Where is it? Why is it not in another place? So, with the coming of FMC, this is where we are. We thank Dr. Wanui because gynecology will now start housemanship. So there must be a beginning, and let's try to build on it. And we're happy, with the role that the leadership and the management, we're all together. That is excellent. We're very happy. And the governor, like the commissioner said, is very proactive. He's wanting to get a governor who want to listen. If we're not in the profession, imagine a commissioner who doesn't have a diploma to advise the governor on issues of health. That is what we had. Go and look at the portraits. They are there in his office. Go and look at it. You see. We are taking an engineer what to be a commissioner of health. So that is why we need to be in the system. The other point that is very, very important, which I need to stress here, the second paper. We have not looked at the Constitution, the law, and our practice. All of us here, I'm quite sure if we raise our hands, we want to actually participate in politics. Yes, I have been in there, but is it micro politics or macro politics? And what authority gives you to be in politics when you are in conventional civil work? Now, if we don't look at this, we may be carrying certain things very wrongly. The law stipulates very clearly, you cannot be a serving civil servant and be engaged in partisan politics. Now let's be very clear about this, so that we don't live here with an understanding that, look, we can just delve into politics. You must detach yourself from one to be in another. I was appointed commissioner, yes, 22 years ago, as a civil servant. I was just sharing with my commissioner here. I said, I had to tell the governor, I said, sir, I either retire or I resign, because I cannot be commissioner from civil service. He said, no, I should leave. I said, sir, that is the law. Or you can approve leave of absence for me to operate. I shared with Dr. Vakai, I said, you are coming from the bureaucracy. This is what I did. And I advised him to do that. Because when I was leaving commissioner, 3 months before the cabinet was dissolved, I had gone back to the civil service. And I was appointed permanent secretary, because I was level 17, 1999, before I was commissioner. So the governor simply said, you can't be anything less than that. I just spoke with him. I said, doctor, the plans after your political exigencies, please don't lose out, because we are very few in number. Imagine they dissolved the cabinet now. He is gone. We have lost a big man consultant. We've lost him. I was sharing with Dr. Tijos. Tijos is back to work. This will bring controversy. Sorry, I'm a very open person. Yes, it will bring controversy. Did you resign? Or you just went into politics? If you didn't resign, people can write petition against him. Now you see, we're doctors, we're men and women of honor. Let's do things properly. Let's not be carried away by politics because there is resources there, or there is a problem here, or there's representation here. Do things properly. Resign, right? Or go to the governor, let him give you approval, leave of absence, to go and do whatever. When you are exhausted, you get back to your work. I'm saying this futuristically for those who may want to go into politics from the service, so that you can get back and continue your program. If you don't do that, believe you me, any government, even when I was appointed permanent secretary, I had a lot of pressure. People said, no. I brought the approval of the governor to CAC. I brought the approval to head of service. They couldn't touch it. So I urge my colleagues here who have the zeal to be in politics, and I want to support the fact that we must be there to be part of the plan. It's just policies that can govern your operation effectively. If you are not there, nobody talks for you. But if you are there, you have every point to argue. I was a member of the Executive Council. Most of the things that were done, we insisted that they should be done. We gave the FMC out. We started the specialist hospital. What you see there, we had gyms, we went through, it was real bush, just to survey where the specialist hospital would be. We thank God it is there now. We started the School of Nursing because there was no accreditation. The School of Nursing was at the current FMC. Thank God you got a job that they are doing a lot of work. I went there, I was very happy. Things are changing, but let us insist that the right things will be done. If you resign, you are in jeopardy. If you are resigned now, in fact, if Dr. Tijos has spoken to me, I would have ironed these things to him. Very unfortunately, he said he wanted to see me. Unfortunately, we didn't see. And I heard that he had gone into politics for House of Assembly. My mind just clicked, I hope this gentleman has done the needful. But when they say he has come back to work, then I started thinking. So later, how you go? Because I'll be the last person to hear that you are out of job. As we speak here, we are not ourselves anymore. Look at those children. Our wives, our husbands are innocent. Whenever we ask any of you now is the woman and the children. So let our ambition not override a lot of the things we want. And finally, the issue of politics. It touches on your character and conscience. These two things are very important. Your conscience and your character. If we look at politics in a just rudimentary way like that, as if everything goes. Some of us could have gone to seek for the position of the governor in the state. What is there left? But your character and your conscience. Am I going to do that? Look at the testimonies they're giving here. You tell people you build bridge where there's no river. No, I can't go that way. So you see what it is? So if you have a principle, you have a conscience, you want things to be done the way it is done. Yeah, people will argue. People will say you are a bad person, you are this. Don't worry. The junior must look to the senior. But in our current dispensation, let me tell you, the junior wants the senior to gravitate to them. At 69 now, if you criticize me, what do you gain from it? Learn what can help you. The small man is criticizing somebody who is his father. 1953 to now, you want me to behave the way you want me? You can't walk. So be a principled person, do your best, stand by what you really believe in, refuse what you can't stand for. Because look, doctor, you have integrity and capacity. But what we have right now, even in politics, they are talking of integrity without capacity. Integrity is personal. Capacity is a mass strategy. Why we're failing now, we have people that say, oh, you can see me as a man of integrity. That is your own definition about me. But somebody can be a crook. But what you do to the overall good of the people, that's the capacity. So if you are in politics, your character is what can define you. A number of people refuse to go into all these things simply because there's no clear definition of what a politician should be. Ours is micro-politics. The global political trend is macro-politics. We're citing America. Is that the standard of America? So let's be driven by our conscience, our character, and the capacity to do what is good and to stand for what is right. That way, you will be going very well. Doctors need to be involved, but the area of your involvement depends on certain factors that you need to do. As I speak with you now, I'm a politician, but I cannot be a politician that doesn't succeed. If you say this is what should be done, it has to be done, or else I won't be there. And we need to be strong because politicians won't want people like you and I. Okay, politicians dread people who are knowledgeable. We go with them, we know. So they dread you. So if you are prepared to be in politics, you must toughen yourself, do the things that you will do that can bring the good to your people, refuse the thing that you can refuse. It's by refusing you can change people. So, MC, I'm very grateful that I have to make these few comments. Did you enjoy the comments? At all? At all. So,
Mba yi wana magana ba ai bazo meeting de bakerai.
I forgot to make a comment. The chairman of the occasion has expressed so many issues on partisan politics. I was made to understand that close to 10 doctors participated in the last primary election and none made it. So it's something we should think about. What went wrong? Because we're supposed to be closer to the people. We have empathy to the people. We see these people on a daily basis when they are sick. So why are they not voting us? We have to ask this question. Why are they not voting us? Perhaps he answered it. He said, so we should think about it. I know what I used to go through when we go for our stakeholders meeting. Then we say, wannan aikin ma na yan karatu bane. Wannan aikin fa ba na yan karatu ba. When you go to the state executive council, when you want to make some vital points on doctors, they say, is it only doctors that are working? Somebody told me that even a Nepal man that climbs a pole and falls from that height and died, that how much is his hazard allowance? That are disturbing them that they should increase hazard allowance. Somebody told me that a megad that sleeps outside and then fell on him throughout the night and he became sick and died. How much is his hazard allowance? Abba, I'm disturbing them every day, hazard allowance. Hazard allowance. So I'm just giving you a tip of the iceberg that when you are not there, you don't know what they are saying about you. During the COVID-19, somebody told me, in those days, we were thermometer, I say, doctor, taking temperature. So what is special about it? So we have to, I remember my late professor, Professor Ifene, the day I graduated, he told me that people would not like you. The society would not like you. This is how we have found ourselves. I believe Dr. Dwe should know Dr. Ifene because they are contemporaries. Okay? So we are in a society where few, and most of the society don't align to our thinking, perhaps by nature of our training, and perhaps envy, because everybody wants to carry that title, doctor. But there is a pathway for you to be a doctor. Okay? So thank you very much. I hope to be around again in your next AGM. I'm always happy to be in the midst of my colleagues, because next time when you are sending your official to bring card to me, you should not say guest. I'm not a guest, I'm a member of this association. Thank you.
So thank you all for the words of wisdom, and our apologies for not writing member, but we rather wrote guest. So accept our apologies. Before we continue, just permit me to recognize in our midst the presence of the Dean Faculty of Health Sciences, Taraba State University, former CMD Taraba State Specialist, Dr. Joy Remande. So we are almost concluding. So let me invite the Medical Director, Federal Medical Center Jalingo, for some few remarks.
Thank you. The special guest of honor, Architect Darius Ishaku, ably represented by the Commissioner of Health, Dr. Innocent Vakai, the chairman of this occasion, my uncle, Dr. Philip Eladi Due, the chairman of NMA, my Oga, Dr. Nkanta, members of the high table, all distinguished personalities here present, good afternoon. Thank you, NMA, and especially the local organizing committee for inviting me to witness this very, very important and interesting occasion. I truly cherish your invitation, and I'm happy that I attended. I really learned a lot from this occasion. I must thank Dr. Due for all the kind words he showered on me. Thank you so much for that. I want to assure you that my team and I in FMC, let me start with the team, we are willing to do what it takes to make sure that we actualize our mandate of providing service to the citizens of Taraba in terms of, and also including training and research. It's a bond we have taken, and we'll do all what we can to make sure we achieve that. We urge you for support and encouragement so that we can carry on with our mandate. Thank you for your kind words. I must let you know that Dr. Due has been a mentor for quite a while. As a medical student then, part 2, 3, in those early days in the 90s, I used to visit the specialist hospital during holidays to just go and sit down in Dr. Due's office and listen to how he tackles his medical conditions and medical patients. I not only learned medicine, but I also learned people relationship. The way he used to handle people when they come in and advise them and consult them were lessons I learned that truly helped me going forward. So thank you all for that mentorship. I appreciate. The two speakers, you have all spoken well. We have learned, we've been educated, and awareness has been created, I hope, on the need for postgraduate medical education in Taraba State. In FMC, we have started, and we're going to continue. Very soon, we are working on family medicine and pediatrics. And hopefully by next year, we'll bring in more specialties into the residency program. Apart from that, we're also trying to accreditate as many supportive healthcare services as possible in radiology and so on and so forth. We want to collaborate with the universities, hopefully to come up with a school of nursing, all with the purpose of buttressing and strengthening healthcare delivery in this state. We are here and we want to move on with that. To the politician, we've had your lecture on politics. I can assure you that from our own perspective, all doctors are politicians. We need to play politics with all categories, but it depends on the kind of politics you want to play. Is it active policy, active politics, or just politics of advocacy so that you can get what you want done? I think this is the one I want to encourage everyone to engage in so that you can influence your environment and get what you need to make sure that you deliver what you need to deliver to the society. So everyone that is here today and has listened, I'm not giving a vote of thanks, but I'm really thanking you. But I want to say something. I want to encourage the young doctors here to try as much as possible to approach us and make sure that you benefit from training, not only the residency training, but other specialty trainings. The nurses in FMC have taken this window and they're being trained in numbers in their subspecialties. We have advertised for doctors to come for masters. We are going to send them for PhD so that they can also help with the, but honestly, we have not received any. I have spoken with the ARD lead. I've spoken with the head of clinical services, but it seems as if, I don't know whether they do not understand the program or they are not willing to go for training, because we have an MOU with the university in Wukari, and we are willing to pursue that so that we can help training in FMC, in Taraba State, with the view to also assisting with the undergraduate training of indigenous and citizens of Nigeria through the University of Maiduguri College of Medicine. Sorry, University of Wukari College of Medicine. Sorry, Maiduguri, that's my alma mater. Okay, so I think without wasting too much time, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to say one or two words. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. The MD, Federal Medical Center, Jalingo. I think our guests will be taking their leave to attend to some other special work. Thank you, sir. The ceremony is still on. The people of the high table are going because they need to attend to some other pressing issues. So we've not yet closed, please. So doctors in FMC, you have been told, Mr. DJ, it's not your time. So doctors in FMC, you have been told that window has been opened for you. I don't want to believe that politics has taken you away. Please, so you have a window opened. Let me invite Dr. Japheth Daniel, the chairman, Nigeria Veterinary Medical Association, Taraba State, for a goodwill message. Sir, you are welcome.
Thank you very much. The chairman of the occasion in absentia, other members of the high table, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Nigeria Veterinary Medical Association present here, I must confess that this program is quite educative, informative, and so fascinating. I'm really empowered. They say knowledge is what? Knowledge is power. I am really empowered today. Concerning the message we had through the two speakers over the medical postgraduate training, when I was listening to him, I said, wow, look at, in veterinary profession, we have 35 species of domesticated animals to attend to. So there is just need for specialization because you cannot claim knowledge of all of these animals. There's need to specialize through this postgraduate training in order to give the public, the animal, and their consumer the needed, what is expected from them. So when it was going on, I said, we really need to, though it has already been in progress, we have been encouraged to be participating in postgraduate training so that we'll be able to accommodate some of these challenges. Regarding the need for doctors' involvement in politics, in fact, I was so impressed when the chairman of the occasion had to come out to clarify issues because I was looking at the public servant, civil servant. How can a civil servant get involved without the necessary protocol, without resigning? So when he made clarification, I was comfortable with his address. So as we all know, the NMA and NVMA have to be collaborating with one another. If you look at the trend of what is happening in the country today, all over, in fact, globally, regarding emerging disease, the two professions have to always come together, collaborate in order to salvage a lot of situations. If you look at, for instance, you look at, let's say, tuberculosis. If this, we know the source of some of this infection, like tuberculosis, if meat for human consumption are not properly inspected at the abattoir, that means the issue of tuberculosis will drastically increase. So you have more challenge to be faced with. You look at another zoonotic disease like rabies. Some of you that are watching media these days, you realize that we've been doing a lot of free anti-rabies vaccination, all geared towards ensuring that we will have less issues to attend to. Look at the issue of monkeypox coming. We all need to come together in order to handle some of this situation. I must say once again, thank you to the leadership of NMA. Thank you to all members of NMA for giving me this opportunity to be part of this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the goodwill message. I want to appreciate our dear students who have been here in large number with us. And on that note, I want to invite Comrade Emmanuel Baworo, the SUG President, College of Nursing Sciences, Jalingo, for goodwill message.
I'm standing as already established protocol. I'm by name Comrade Emmanuel Baworo, SUG President of Taraba State College of Nursing Sciences. I'm not taking it for granted. With sincere humility and docility, all protocol are duly observed. We really bless and also appreciate the NMA to see to it that we deem it fit to be part of this gathering in which we have learned a lot as also a part of medical student, and we are not taking it for granted. I recognize the presence of my provost in which she just left, represented by the Deputy Provost Academy, Mrs. Dr. Dubule. We really thanks, and also this program is amazing and wonderful that one has to attend. So in that regard, we appreciate the chairman of this occasion and all the protocol and all the people that came for the program. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Comrade, thank you so much. So finally, before the finally, let me invite Chairman LOC for closing remarks, vote of thanks.
Imagine having collected so much, but going out without saying thank you. It wouldn't be nice. The special guest of honor was just left, the chairman of the occasion too, all protocols duly observed. It's my singular honor and privilege to propose a vote of thanks for the roles that we've actually received. I will just go to the last page of the program. You'll see the appreciation of NMA, but it won't be good if I don't say a word. Actually, on behalf of NMA, the LOC, I stand to appreciate God for making today a reality. The blessings, the life, and also the courage and the strength to organize this program is what we'll always be thankful for. I extend a really hearty appreciation to our special guest of honor who took out of his, let me say, time schedule, out of his time schedule, he asked somebody to represent him. And actually the words that he has given us has actually proven and is actually words of wisdom, and that words will direct our path. To the Commissioner of Health, who is our guest of honor, from today we will allow me to call him guest again in our presence. In fact, he has done so much to this union, to this association, and today he has been here in person, and the words he has given us to us are so thoughtful. I will believe we work on them. A big thank you to our keynote speaker, Dr. Wanoi Aitala, for providing so much value to our audience. I believe in the beginning of some years ago, we were thinking that once we are done with medicine, we've achieved all. But today, we believe no issue of age, not any other thing, but we are going to forge on to make the best out of the best. To the guest speaker, Dr. Tijo, you deserve our gratitude for demystifying the topic about politics. And I believe we are going to see how we touch the various ends of politics to make it beneficial to the medical profession. A special mention to our respected chairman of the occasion, Chief Dr. Philip Danladi Doe, who has just left. I mentioned it as the chairman of the occasion earlier. He's actually a shoulder to lean on. And so many mentions must be made, and a very, very important one I have to mention the names, and I believe the list will be going on and on and on, but I have to stop somewhere because of want of time. I have to thank Dr. Aisha Shehu, the CMD FMC Jalingo, Dr. Alex Bwanga, the CMD Special Hospital, Dr. Michael Mosamadaki, the Executive Secretary, Health Service Management Board, Dr. Ebenezer Apake, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Health, Jalingo, Dr. Simon Amita, who is not here, but actually has contributed immensely, together with Dr. Haruna, Dr. Garba Danjuma, and Dr. Hamidu Ahmed Kara. We sincerely appreciate your untiring efforts towards uplifting of NMA Taraba State. An event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheel starts rolling some weeks ago. In fact, it's just like saying iron sharpens iron. The members of the LOC has been untiring, working day and night to ensure that these programs becomes a success. And we thank God that we are coming to the end of the program successfully. I'm short of words for their involvement and willingness to take on the completion of tasks beyond their comfort zones. I would like to appreciate the people also that work behind the scene to make sure that this program also become a reality. The MC among us, we thought we were going to pay maybe 100 or 500,000 to someone coming from outside. But we believe we're seeing a very beautiful one that is coming among the doctors. The ICT is also coming among the doctors. He has done very well. The people that actually prepare the sumptuous meal is among the doctors. So you can see we are actually exploring all angles to make sure that things actually work for doctors, and we will get there. Apart from that, I would like to make a special mention of the students, especially those from College of Nursing and Midwifery. We've actually added value to this program. We say thank you and thank you very much. For people that I may not be able to mention their names, yes, the medical and healthcare students group, we appreciate your presence and all the well-wishers, people that came from far and near to ensure that they have a hand in actualization of this 2022 AGM. We say thank you and thank you very much. Our prayer is that may God replenish you abundantly and bless you as well. Thank you and thank you once more.
Thank you, the LOC chairman, for the vote of thanks. You don't need to stress yourself so much looking for 100, 300,000 for the MC, because the MC is so grateful and a lucky MC that a gift that was given to the enemy today straightly went into his pocket. So that's no problem. So for all the jokes and the good things, for all the good things we have said from the MC crew, that you've learned from it, and all the jokes we've cracked that you have laughed, we say a big thank you. And for the few words that we have said, maybe through slip of tongue, that may have made you to show some negative body language, we say sorry. On this note, we have come to the end of the opening ceremony of AGM. Shall we rise and take the national anthem as a closing remark? Mr. DJ, let's take the national anthem as a Thank you once more again. We wish all of you safe journey back to various destination. AGM starts immediately for the doctors.
No sacrifice, it's no sacrifice at all. So